Good evening. As you can tell, the mayor is not available at this minute, but she will be here very shortly. But in the meantime, as Mayor Pro Tem, I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of November 4, 2021 to order. In the first order of business, I invite each of you to join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call?
Councilmember Garner.
Here.
Councilmember Kors.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Present.
And Mayor Holstead will be joining us shortly. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. We have a few presentations and two presentations that we are going to wait on until the mayor is able to join us. But I'd like to begin by asking Councilmember Kors and Mr. Alfandi to give us a presentation on behalf of National Nurse Practitioner Week.
Great. And is he joining us on the Zoom? There he is.
Wonderful.
Welcome. We're really pleased that you're joining us and appreciate all of your great work. So I will read the proclamation and then would love to give you an opportunity to say something. Whereas nurse practitioners, known as NPs, serve as trusted frontline providers of healthcare for patients in California, and whereas NPs are advanced practice registered nurses with advanced clinical education and training building upon their initial registered nurse preparation. And whereas there are 270,000 licensed nurse practitioners in the United States providing primary, acute, and specialty care to patients of all ages and walks of life. And whereas nurse practitioners diagnose, treat, and prescribe medications and other treatments to patients through a caring, patient-centered, holistic model of care. And whereas citizens of our state and nation have great trust in the high quality care nurse practitioners provide, resulting in over 1 billion patient visits annually to nurse practitioners across the country. And whereas 5 decades of research demonstrates the high quality of care provided by nurse practitioners, and whereas leading governmental policy entities, including the National Academy of Medicine, the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, the National Governors Association, and the Federal Trade Commission have taken notice of the benefits of nurse practitioners' full practice authority and endorsed such a regulatory model. And whereas the City of Palm Springs is proud to recognize and honor the service of nurse practitioners to our state, now therefore be it resolved, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby recognize the countless contributions that nurse practitioners have made over the past half century and will continue to make to the health and well-being of citizens in our state. And do hereby proclaim November 7th to 13th, 2021 as National Nurse Practitioner Week. And that's signed by the entire City Council and the mayor. And we're really thrilled to have you. If you want to unmute and say a few words. And thank you for all of your work, especially in the pandemic that we've been dealing with, as well as all the other work you do as well.
Thank you. As a Palm Springs constituent and on behalf of nurse practitioners in Greater Palm Springs, I appreciate the recognition for NPs by the City Council. NPs are on the forefront of healthcare, and studies show that the care that we provide is of quality, both in acute and ambulatory care setting. We are a fast growing area of healthcare. This year alone, we started our first year of NP residency. And throughout the year, we actively train future nurse practitioners to really meet the complex healthcare needs of our community. So, we're very humbled. We appreciate the recognition and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And with that, we will now move on to our next presentation, which is Voices for Children. And we will be joined by Jessica Munoz. Good evening, Jessica.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate being here.
We appreciate having you and look forward to what you have to say.
Well, thank you. My name is Jessica Munoz. I'm the Executive Director for Voices for Children's Riverside County program. We are the Court-Appointed Special Advocate, or CASA program for Riverside County, which means that we have the unique privilege and responsibility of training community volunteers who are appointed by judges to advocate for children who've been removed from their homes due to abuse or neglect in the Coachella Valley and throughout the county. And so I will share my screen briefly so that I can share with you a little bit more about what we do. So as I mentioned, we're Riverside County's Court-Appointed Special Advocate, or CASA program. And so I think that sometimes it's a surprise to community members that we meet that when children are removed from their homes due to abuse or neglect, that a legal process begins. And every child and every family is assigned to a judge whose responsibility it is to make all the decisions about what will happen next with the child and the family. And it's in that court where our court-appointed special advocates, our CASA volunteers, have a very unique role to play. And so those judges who oversee the cases of appoint community volunteers that are trained and supervised by Voices for Children to really get to know the child on a one-on-one basis and then share what they learn about the child's unmet needs. So in other words, from the child's perspective, the benefit is having a caring, consistent adult during a really scary time. And from the court's perspective, the benefit is having a community volunteer who, because they're a volunteer, is only assigned to one child or one sibling group at a time, who can then leverage that unique rapport that they build to really share with the social worker, other professionals in real time, and then the court through written reports, what the child needs to thrive. And so in order for us to serve more children, which is our goal year over year, we need community volunteers to join us and volunteer to serve as court-appointed special advocates, or CASAs. Voices for Children provides all of the pre-service training as well as ongoing support. A hallmark of our program is that all of our volunteers are assigned to a professional member of our staff with expertise in child welfare to guide the volunteer throughout their service so they can really focus on the child. Volunteers share with us that they spend about 10 to 15 hours a month on their advocacy in some way, and we do ask for an 18-month commitment. And I really want to stress that last year, a quarter of the children that we served countywide were from communities in the Coachella Valley. And so it's very important to us to reach out to communities to let residents know that there really is a tremendous need for people to serve in this way. Right now, all of our training is being offered in an online virtual format. And really, we need volunteers now more than ever. Our waiting list is growing, and our child welfare partners tell us that referrals for assistance with instances of child abuse is climbing. And so now is really the time to garner support in the community and marshal residents in Palm Springs and beyond to help children in this community who might be in need. Voices for Children is the only nonprofit organization authorized by the court in Riverside County to provide this service. So if a child in our community is going to have a CASA, that CASA will be trained and supported by Voices for Children. So what we're really hoping is that the community will take a few minutes to get to know us a little bit better. They can give us, residents can give us a call, they can send an email. We have a presence on social media and of course our website. And ways that you can join us and introduce yourself are stopping by our booth this weekend at Palm Springs Pride or attending a virtual information session. The schedule for those is posted on our website. And so I'm really grateful to all of you for the invitation to share very briefly how we serve children in Palm Springs and particularly our need for community volunteers. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know that time is of the essence.
We do have a long meeting, but thank you for your work and thank you for this presentation. And please stay in touch with us.
It's our pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next presentation is going to come from Chambers, and that's our Emergency Management Coordinator, Danny DeSelms, talking about a COVID-19 case update.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. If you give me 1 second till the slides come up. So I'll try to be brief as well. There's not a lot of change in the overall case data since we spoke last on last Thursday night. But so as we look at the 6 metrics that the state's tracking, we are still seeing a gradual downward trend. Really what it's looking like over the past 4 weeks is some stagnation. There is some talk. I got a couple phone calls and emails today about concern over another surge happening. There is a slight uptick over the past week, but we're talking about 1 to 2 positive cases per 100,000 residents. So a surge or a massive uptick is a bit strong of a term. So as we look a little bit closer at Riverside County, we see that gradual decline that I was talking about. It's been ongoing since September, and then really stagnation over the past 4 weeks. So the past 4 weeks average has been about 2,300 cases weekly across the county, with estimates next week being a little bit higher, and then probably a little bit higher the following week based on the events that we have in town this weekend. But the estimates are about a 0.1% increase and not anything significant or worth worrying about. Just continue to watch and make sure that that trend doesn't jump. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a slide or two. As we look at the Coachella Valley, the same stagnation. When you look at Palm Springs, our cases were pretty identical for 3 weeks, week over week, and then we had a slight uptick last week. That's isolated spike, not anything of concern, but the same stagnation as you look across the valley over the past 4 weeks. Here in town, our average has been about 28 cases for the past 2 months, and last week's 32 was a bit higher, but 28 to 32 isn't a doom and gloom scenario. The first slide for the wastewater treatment plant testing, going all the way back to the beginning. What I want to point out is if you look at where we're at today for the past 8 weeks, we're about the same numbers of viral load as we were prior to the Christmas peak last year. But what we've done is we've stretched that out over the past 2 months. So it's been stagnant, which is improvement from the summer peak. So as long as we don't see another, massive climb like we did in Christmas, it's actually still progress. And a closer look at the last 90 days for the wastewater treatment plant. Again, it's stagnation. We're not seeing the massive and dramatic declines like we did after the Christmas spike, but gradual improvement is still better than no improvement. I did make one minor change to the GT molecular slide that I usually show you. What I wanted to do was draw attention to week over week what their case estimates are, and I put that on the right going back 2 months so that we can see the trend over 8 weeks instead of just seeing basically what was tested this past week. So estimated on the 26th was 1,575 cases present in the city compared to the 168 cases that County Public Health was tracking. So that's a factor of 10 based on County Public Health or GT Molecular estimates. The only other note that I have tonight is to mention that the kids vaccination program in Riverside County does begin on Saturday. Children 5 to 11 can start getting their vaccinations, which is good. I think we're still a couple months away from children younger than that, but again, progress. And I know that the city manager did have one comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. A couple other things I just want to add to tonight's presentation. One is kind of a reminder, and probably more for the community, that we do still have restrictions in place. While we've eased some of those relating to some of the larger outdoor events, which is considered one of the safer circumstances, we do still have masks required indoors, proof of vaccination or negative tests required for services where removing the mask is essential. I want to remind everybody that we are also available as a resource. Our businesses really are the front line defense in enforcing those rules, but where we have gotten complaints, we have had investigations, we've taken enforcement action, we have even issued citations where we need to. So if people report or observe that kind of non-compliance, they can certainly rely on us to take enforcement action. And then just more broadly relating to impacts, certainly want to emphasize that we do continue to see a strong visitor economy. TOT collection and other metrics have been good. And then in particular, anecdotally, some have said that this might be negatively impacting, say, the convention center and some of the conventions that book. And just want to clarify that that's actually not the case. If anything, we see expanded interest in our convention center, in part because the protocols we have in place make it a safe place to congregate in the kinds of crowds that you typically see with convention activities. So just a couple other things to put this in context, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for Danny or for Justin? All right, thank you. Then we will move on to the next item, and that is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order of the agenda, add urgency items, note abstentions, or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items that staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? Council Member Garner.
Thank you. I'd like to remove 1E.
1E. And are there any others? I would like to ask my colleagues, in light of the number of public speakers that we have with regard to item 5B and the level of interest in that issue, do we want to move that up on the agenda or leave it where it is currently?
I'd be in favor of moving it up so that we can wrap it up.
All right, I see heads shaking, so we will advance item 5B as in Bilardo to immediately after the completion of the closed session or the consent calendar. So with that, we will, is there a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If I could also add, so if you do move item 5B, which is the Navigation Center, immediately after the consent, I do want to point out that the public hearing on redistricting has to occur as close to 7 o'clock, but not before, as possible. So even if we are in the middle of something else, such as public comment, if we get to 7 o'clock, we will need to take a break and move to that public hearing, just so everyone knows.
Would you recommend then that we take and address the redistricting issue before we go to 5B. It's likely to be a relatively prompt.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
All right. And I see that we are joined by the mayor. So I will finish this item and then turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor. So I think we don't take a vote yet. The next item is the report of closed session. And I'm going to turn it over to the mayor to introduce that.
And I'm sorry, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we do take a motion on this.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move. Oh,
I think Councilmember Garner, and we'll record Councilmember Coors as a second.
Councilmember Gardner.
yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. Apologize for being a little bit late here. I had a personal appointment. So thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, soon to be mayor, for leading that portion of the agenda. So next, I believe we skipped over 2 presentations that I have. Is that right, Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
That is
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I'd like to introduce the 2 presentations I have. So first, we have a presentation for Filipino American History Month. And so we have some guests joining us here. If we can introduce them and welcome them to the Zoom room. Welcome. You're live here with the City Council, and we are going forward and presenting 2 presentations. One, a proclamation for Filipino American History Month, and then a presentation for Filipino American Palm Springs heritage. We know that Filipinos and Filipino Americans have a long history here in the Coachella Valley and in Palm Springs. Our city residents benefit from so many longstanding Filipino American owned businesses, such as AJ Oriental Market, AM PM Shuttle, Big J's Air Conditioning and Heating, Dead or Alive Bar, Lola's Cucina, which is the first micro enterprise home kitchen in Palm Springs, Philly Salon, Maria's Hair Design, and so many more. We also are joined here by Mr. Edwin Ramoran, who was born and raised in Palm Springs and currently serves as our Human Rights Commissioner. We also have the leadership in our city of Mrs. Mara Gladstone, who previously served on our Public Arts Commission and is now with Desert X, which has brought global prominence to our local art scene. And I know community members have launched efforts for a mural depicting contributions of Filipino Americans in our city. And I know recently an effort has been launched by the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance Inland Empire chapter to establish a labor library to be dedicated in Larry Itliong's name. We also have Filipino American staff who serve in leadership roles in our city. And we're just so grateful for the Filipino American Association of the Coachella Valley, which is founded in Palm Springs, and by Anihan of the Desert, which also is led by local leaders. And I see Isabel Chapman here from the Filipino American Association. Welcome. So I'd like to first present the proclamation. Edwin, you have a presentation for us as well. Is that right? So why don't you do you want to do the presentation first? And if you want to proceed, and then I'll end with the proclamation to everyone on screen.
You know what? Do you mind if we go the other way? Because
Sure.
the proclamation gives a wonderful context to our presentation. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to now present a proclamation on behalf of the entire City Council for Filipino American History Month. and proclaiming Larry Itliong Day. So we'll go ahead and read that proclamation, and then we will go into the presentation. So whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society first declared and observed Filipino American History Month in October 1992 to commemorate the first recorded presence of Luzones Indios at what is now Morro Bay, California on October 18th, 1587. And whereas in California, Filipino American History Month was first recognized in 2006 by the California Department of Education and recognized in 2009 by the state of California. The 103rd United States Congress in 2009 passed the resolution officially recognizing October as Filipino American History Month. And whereas Governor Gavin Newsom in 2019 issued the proclamation declaring October 25th as Larry Itliong Day in the state of California. And on October 12, 2021, inducted Larry Itliong into the California Hall of Fame in recognition of his advocacy for all workers. And whereas Larry Itliong was born on October 25th, 1913 in San Nicolas in the Philippines, later emerging as a leader in the Filipino American community of Manongs, respected brothers and elders who helped shape the farm labor movement and served in the United States military during World War II. And whereas Larry Itliong, Philip Veracruz, Benjamin Gines, Pete Velasco, and the Manong Leadership of Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee in the spring of 1965 fought along great workers in the Coachella Valley for increased pay. Whereas Filipino workers in partnership with Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, and the National Farm Workers Association worked together on the September 1965 Delano grape strike and the nationwide boycott of grapes lasting 5 years and led to the first farm worker union contracts and the joining of multiple labor organizations formed the United Farm Workers. And whereas Gavin Newsom, our governor, on April 24th, 2021, swore in State Assembly member Robert Andres Bonta as State Attorney General, becoming the first Filipino American to head the California Department of Justice. And whereas Filipino Americans are the second largest AAPI group in the United States and the third largest ethnic group in California, and the Coachella Valley is home to a large Filipino population representing the largest AAPI community in the desert. And whereas the Palm Springs neighborhood of Veterans Tract is home to a Filipino enclave formed by Manongs, Filipino World War II veterans of the United States military, their families, and descendants, in addition to the influx of Filipinos following the United States Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. And whereas longstanding organizations such as the Filipino American Association of the Coachella Valley, originally founded as the Palm Springs Filipino American Club in the 1960s for the purpose of celebrating the Filipino community's rich culture and honoring veterans for their service in the United States Armed Forces, as well as the National Alliance of Filipino Americans, who has provided free monthly medical outreach in Palm Springs and cultural programs throughout the Coachella Valley since 2010, and Bayanihan of the Desert, who formed during the districting of Palm Springs in 2018 to engage Filipinos in the city and help shape the first majority-minority council district, which includes Veterans Tract. And whereas the recognition of our Filipino American residents adds a new perspective to the history of Palm Springs by bringing attention to the economic, cultural, social, and other notable contributions made by Filipino Americans to grow and develop throughout the entire Coachella Valley. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, do hereby proclaim October 2021 and every October thereafter as Filipino American History Month. And we also proclaim October 25th, 2021 and every October 25th thereafter as Larry Itliong Day in the City of Palm Springs. And we urge all people in the city and the Coachella Valley region to join these important observances. Filipino American History Month and Larry Itliong Day provide the opportunities to promote the study of Filipino American history and culture, recognize the richness of Filipino American experience, and honor the contributions of Filipino Americans. So thank you so much for your leadership on this. Thank you and congratulations on this effort here, asking the city to recognize these important observances for our community. So with that, I will let you go ahead and share your screen and present a short presentation for the community about the history of Filipinos and Filipino Americans in the
You can hear me okay?
Or is it not?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Holstich, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and City Council members. And I would be remiss, I know we're off screen right now, but in the room here, we have Mayor Gladstone, Michael Milan, Tita Linda Santos, and Christine Soto. And we're here representing Bayanihan Desert tonight. But also, as you mentioned earlier, we're all working in Palm Springs. A lot of us have a long history in Palm Springs. And I think that's one of the things that's really exciting about what you just read. And I'll make sure that this part is not as long as the proclamation, because we definitely want to give a major commitment and dedication to Manong Larry Itliong. And just a quick message too about that. The Filipinos who were here in Coachella Valley actually started the first strike before the September 1965 strike. So we actually were at the forefront of the labor struggle that led to the formation of the union, of the United Farm Workers Movement. So we're very proud to be, in a lot of us here in the desert are descendants of the Manong generation. Manong is actually a word it's a Filipino word, but it actually comes from Spanish, which comes from the Spanish word hermano, which means brother. So when you hear the word Manong with the Ilocanos or the Visayan speakers, Ilonggo speakers here in the valley, when they refer to Manong, and the Tagalog speakers will refer to them as the elders in our community. So I call all my elders Manong or Tito, which is uncle or tío, or tía, tita. So if I mention Tita Linda, it's because it's Tita Linda Santos in the house. But we want to definitely use this opportunity to congratulate all the work that everyone's been doing during the pandemic, because I know that our community has been disproportionately affected. So we definitely want to recognize all the frontline workers and those who've been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. So here, Palm Springs celebrates Filipino American History Month. It was last month, but we're so grateful that we're doing it today to give you a quick glimpse at the history of Filipinos here since mid-century, if you will. So here there's a photograph. And a lot of the images in this first part are provided by Manong Oscar Rodas and Manong Nene Rodas, and they're actually the leadership of the current Filipino American Association of Coachella Valley. And here we have an image from 1980 of the 17th annual fiesta. And a lot of the times the fiestas were held in various public spaces like the Palm Springs Pavilion or St. Teresa's Catholic Church here in Palm Springs. So thank you for celebrating Filipino American History Month with us. Next slide, please, Mara. Thank you. It's like the images aren't coming through. Oh, they're not coming through?
We can just share screen.
Share screen?
I
think so, we have to.
It might not show up because there's all of us. Here you go.
Okay. Can you share? Yeah, that's fine. So I think it's sharing now.
Yeah.
So, and then you can just go to
Sorry about that. So that was the first image. I was doing
Visible now?
Is it visible now to everybody? Thank you so much. Hi, and look, we're in the room now. Let Mary, you can sit, have a seat, please. You don't have to do that. I can do this. I can double time on this. But here we have Mayor Gladstone, Christine Soto, Tita Linda Santos, and Michael Milan in the house. So I wanted to make sure that, we're not just looking at images, we're actually looking also at the screen. So you can see our screen now, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And so, like Chrissy mentioned, the Desert Filipino Club was founded in 1961. So we're actually congratulating the Filipino American Association of Coachella Valley for 60 years today. And we're very proud of that, in fact. And again, it went through its own evolution through the years. And here I'm going to share some great program images. This is one from 1977. You can see the annual fiesta is one of the focuses. A lot of times it would happen in June because June is the month that we celebrate Philippine Independence Day. And here you can see an image of dancers. Here's 1980. I love the fashion show that happens in this. So here's a program from 1980, the souvenir program. This one shows it's on a Center Auditorium on North Belardo Road in Palm Springs. Here's from 82 at the St. Teresa Parish Hall. 85. Here we go. Here are some real photographs of our relatives and families in coconuts and everything, tinikling bamboo sticks and everything. And Manong Oscar Rodas actually wrote a wonderful short history of Filipino Americans, and I'm not going to read it here because I think this is one of the reasons why we do this kind of proclamation, because we want folks to really understand that, it is in our power to really look up history. And I do want to recognize that Isabel Chapman is online with us from the National Alliance of Filipino Americans, which is also based here in the Coachella Valley. More history from Oscar Rodas. Here's an image, again, of leadership from the 60s, 80s, 70s, if you will. And then they continued the programming through 2020, 2010, and then 2019, including work with the Philippine Consulate. And here's a group photo with Manong Oscar in the center, Manang Nene as well, and the group at one of the Filipino markets here in the desert. So we want to say happy birthday, Filipino American Association of Coachella Valley, mabuhay, agbyag titao, long live our community here in the desert. I want to give a shout out. Here's their logo, the Film Association of Coachella Valley. And then here's another family photo of the Rodases. We want to definitely make sure that this proclamation, is also hand delivered to them eventually, because I know this is all virtual. So thank you. Maraming salamat po, Manong Oscar, Manang Nene, and Rodas family. Our Palm Springs Filipino American community includes the National Alliance for Filipino Americans. Here's images of them doing medical outreach at St. Teresa. The Palm Springs Filipino Basketball League, we have to give props to Parks and Rec. The Demuth Community Center has been a host of Manong Lito's Palm Springs Filipino Basketball League. Shout out to them. Some of my nephews are in there. Bayanihan Desert. Just again, civic and community engagement. How do you call it, Mara?
We're a Filipinx activist network and community group.
And then giving shout outs to the local businesses, of course, AG Market, Dead or Alive, Lola's Casino, AMPM, and Big J's. So thank you. And we had a special thing today. Tita Linda brought in the brochure for legendary Santos cocktail cheese and salad dressing from the 50s. I think people have been following this, especially because of its reemergence. And I want to thank the Santos family for being so we're grateful for them offering this to us today. This is great archive. So this is our way of saying thank you to everyone. We want to issue everyone ingat. We take care of each other. Ingat means take care. So again, thank you for honoring the Filipino American community here in Palm Springs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. We wish we were celebrating in person, but we appreciate you joining us by Zoom and for that presentation about the rich history of Filipinos and Filipino Americans in Palm Springs. So thank you very much. Next, we will go ahead, and our next item is report of closed session, correct? So City Attorney, if you could please provide a report of closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public at home, the City Council met in closed session to discuss the items that are listed on the closed session agenda. There was no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will move to public testimony. So this time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note the testimony for the public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. Just to note that we will at 7 o'clock hold the public hearing item on the redistricting. And so that might interrupt public testimony, and that's item 2B. So tonight the city clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. City clerk, if you could please begin.
Hello, Evernell Black. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, to Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council members, I'm Evernell Black. I've lived in Palm Springs since 1963, and I've lived in the Desert Highland area since 1975. And in reference to the homeless, we've had this problem with the homeless population in our area a few years ago when it was at First Baptist Church. And their behavior was just horrible, especially a problem for children at the bus stop. The Navigation Center is fine, but it should not be in the area of single-family or multi-residences. There are apartment complexes that's on the corner of McCarthy and San Rafael, also in the area of Rosa Parks. Put it in the area where it's a distance from where there are families. We already have enough dope houses, businesses in this area, and it's enough to supply the state of California. You don't want them in your area. We don't want them in our area. So I plead with you to please put it on a remote road or not in the area where there are families, especially where there's children. Thank you.
Thank you. Nona Watson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is Nona Watson. I'm the CEO of the Palm Springs Chamber. And this call is a vote of support from the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and staff for the proposed navigation center within the city of Palm Springs. We feel that a 24/7 navigation center with beds for individuals who are homeless, improved day services to create safe, accessible storage options, showers, restrooms, laundry facilities is really what the city needs. The importance of government and service providers working together to end homelessness and efforts to improve people's lives to help end homelessness is a goal that we all share. So please accept this call from the Board of Directors of the Palm Springs Chamber in support of our proposed navigation center in the city of Palm Springs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lena Sola, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and community members. My name is Lena Sola, and I'm a member of the Community Partnership on Homelessness, and I am speaking to Agenda Item 5B. Tonight, you are asked to select a location for the city's navigation center. Please consider the following when making your decision. The availability of 3589 McCarthy Road is a rare opportunity. It's priced right. The buildings will be easy to transform into a navigation center. There's enough room to accommodate all services and living spaces on one campus. And please know this is not a drop-in center where clients will come and go to all causing concern for neighbors. An additional bus stop on the corner would give easy access to other areas of the city for employment. We favor this location. In contrast, the property located at 4775 East Road
Alina?
is extremely congested and noisy. The property is a third smaller than the McCarthy site, and the cost is much higher. The building has the look and feel of a warehouse, and it's located next door to a cannabis dispensary. In order to make this site a complete campus, an adjacent property would have to be purchased and developed. We do not recommend this site. On another note, Palm Springs continues to need a temporary overnight shelter. Please consider addressing this critical need for those unhoused until the Navigation Center is available. Perhaps expanding the Access Center would make the most sense. Thank you for your considerations.
Thank you.
Hello, when can I speak?
Jerry Keller, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. I think having these new areas for the homeless people be able to get rehabilitated and get back into life is so important. It's even more important because we can help keep the streets a little better for everybody by having them have a place to be able to be and be comfortable and find a new life for themselves. So I strongly urge the city and everybody involved to make sure that we have one of these two facilities. It's one of the most important things we can do nowadays for Palm Springs because, again, it's not good for the people who are living that way, and it's certainly not good for everybody in Palm Springs. So thank you very much for letting me comment, and have a nice, happy, healthy night.
Thank you. David Friedman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Holstich, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. My name is David Friedman. I wanted to provide a brief follow-up to my comments for last week's council meeting on agenda items 3A and 5C. Concerning the amendments to the Public Integrity Ordinance, agenda item 3A, I am speaking in my individual capacity as former co-chair of the Transparency Committee of the Ethics, Transparency, and Governmental Reform Task Force. I was pleased to see that the proposed ordinance now includes my suggestion to require recusal when a city official serves as a board member of a nonprofit that has taken a position on a matter before the city. I support the amended ordinance and urge its adoption. Concerning the Climate Action Roadmap, agenda item 5C, I am vice chair of the Sustainability Commission and am speaking on behalf of the commission. As you know, world leaders are now gathered in Glasgow at the COP26 Climate Change Summit. At the opening ceremony, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres declared that we are careening towards climate catastrophe. Closer to home, a new study from UCLA and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory found that climate change is now the overwhelming cause of conditions driving extreme wildfire behavior in the western U.S. The Sustainability Commission looks forward to your direction on concrete actions that we and staff have identified as means to reduce GHG emissions in Palm Springs, as noted in the Climate Action Roadmap and the staff report. We should think globally along with those in Glasgow, but we must act locally, and we must act now. Thank you for your consideration. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Kathy Wormick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Kathy Wormick. I'm calling on 2 items tonight. Item 5B, which is the Navigation Center. You should have received a letter from me. I'm in support of the city building one and building it quickly while financing is available. The problem with the homeless situation has created a problem for our merchants, our residents, our tourists, and the homeless themselves. We need a place where people can find temporary shelter, longer shelter, meals, clothing, and wraparound services to help them get back on their feet. I had a long career, part of which was funding housing for the homeless, mentally ill, and I've worked with navigation centers, including Father Joe's Village in San Diego, and know that when they're well run, they do not create a problem for the neighborhood. On 5C, the actions to mitigate climate change, I wanted to mention that the plan is missing a positive mention of the role that urban trees can play and do play in the battle against climate change. Trees both reduce carbon citywide and provide a shade canopy where humans, animals, and our plant understory can thrive. Tree canopies increase walking and reduce car usage. Building an urban forest and having an urban forest management plan should be part of this report. It should be an important part of this report. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. David Murphy, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I'm David Murphy, speaking on behalf of the Community Partnership on Homelessness. This is on Agenda 5B, which is the Navigation Center at McCarthy Road. Palm Springs residents, businesses, and unhoused people all need the relief that the proposed Navigation Center will deliver. While it won't solve our homeless situation, it will provide a gateway to a sober, more productive life for those that are ready for help. Speed to open the Navigation Center is paramount. One important element of the campus is short-term transitional housing, such as the tiny pallet houses, which will be made available to the residents that are stabilizing and making progress with other programs, while they prepare for transition to permanent supportive housing elsewhere. The McCarthy site has the needed space for this type of short-term housing, plus many other attributes, such as parking space for those that have been living in their cars or campers, recovery meeting space, job training, outside sitting areas, and much more. The other locations do not. The McCarthy site is fully fenced with a generous buffer between its main gate and the residential apartments in the area. It can be more easily secured and secondary impacts, if any, more easily managed, especially if the city applies the same rigor as it did with the new access center, which has had 0 complaints. We urge the council and the county to proceed with urgency to stand up the Navigation Center at the McCarthy Road site. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Don Stevens, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, I'm a family here in Palm Springs and North Palm Springs, and I oppose this project because I have concerns for my grandchildren, for my children, and for my family. There was other programs in North Palm Springs, and that did not work, and that's not going to benefit our neighborhood, as our neighborhood is up and coming, and we do not encourage anything that is going to downgrade our neighborhood. We have crime. We already have break-ins. We have people trying to steal our automobiles. We have people panhandling. Their needles are all over the sidewalks, and we don't need any more of that type of behavior in our neighborhood. We are trying to raise good families and be law-abiding citizens. We're taxpayers, we're homeowners, property owners, we're business owners, and we do not need this in North Palm Springs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello, Paul Merritt. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. Hello, City Council and council members. Paul Merritt, Villas 1 off of San Rafael and Palm Canyon. And we are a 300-unit condo project, and we're rather stunned at the proposal that any further homeless activities or housing or office for homeless projects be established in North Palm Springs. We feel that we're overburdened already. We have the Rosa Parks Center. We have the major low-cost affordable apartment complex on San Rafael. And we have repeat problems daily with the homeless inundating our area. So we hope that the council will seriously reject locating any type of further projects of any type regarding homeless issues in our area in North Palm Springs. And we had no time to study this. We only learned about it 8 hours ago. And so we look forward to further dialogue about the issue that impacts the entire city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ray Sharifi, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay.
Hey, good evening to you. My name is Sharifi. I own the unit in Complex Villas 1 and Villas 2. I'm opposing of the proposal by the city of Palm Springs to build the homeless center on the Santa Fire. As you are aware, we do have 2 facilities and within a mile of these complexes. And also, that's one thing. And all our communities, Villas 1 and Villas 2, are already overloaded with number of, vandalisms and roaming of the homeless in our community. So we, as I said, we are overburdened, and we don't need, any more facilities for the homeless. And also, as a result, they have, at least in 4 occasions, these homelessness, they broken into or vacant properties. We do have many units in the Villas 1 and Villas 2, which owns by the Canadian or snowbirds, we call them, and they come here during the winter time and so forth. So we have a bit of issues with this homelessness, and certainly we do not want, just additional, homelessness in the community. And we should, the authority and the city councils, they consider other locations. Anyway, my name is A.R. Sharifi, and I'm just completely against, the proposal of adding additional, centers on the Santa Fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Primer, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Primer. I'm a videographer based in Palm Springs, and my topic of interest is homelessness. I've interviewed a number of people, including unsheltered people on the streets, as well as concerned citizens seeking solutions. And I just wanted to make a public statement in support of the Navigation Center on McCarthy Road, Agenda Item 5B. The Navigation Center is a best practice approach based on data from around the country. From my experience, I strongly believe that the establishment of a Navigation Center provides our community with the best chance to help those suffering on the streets while also restoring and protecting our civic environment. The time to act is now. Take a quick drive around Palm Springs, and the growth of this blight is unfortunately undeniable. It is neither humane nor acceptable for the community to enable or allow people to remain unhoused on our streets. Let's do the right thing. Let's develop the Navigation Center on McCarthy Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vera Abner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, yes. I'm a senior that lives pretty much in the area where you're contemplating the Desert Highland area as for a homeless shelter environment. And I'm totally 100% against it. I think this is the wrong area. There's a lot of elder people that live in the area, and I think it just caused a lot of issues within the area as far as them being around the area and moving around the area. And there's a lot of different things going on in the area that's building up, which is still positive atmosphere. But I really feel that it's not a good place for this to be, and they'll be walking around and maybe entering yards. I don't know what's going to transpire, but I don't think it's very healthy to have it this close to our residential area where we live. And I'm concerned about the kids in the area as well. That may cause a big problem too, but that's about it. But I just wanted to voice May definitely know as far as how my feelings are toward that being in our community.
Thank you. Joe Abner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh, well, I don't need 2 minutes. I just needed to voice my opinion on this homeless shelter that's going up. They're trying to put in our neighborhood. I'm 100% against it because of the things it's going to create, the problem it's going to create. That's all. I just wanted to voice my opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just getting our next speaker queued up. Thank you. Charles Roger, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Charles Roger, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, my name is Charles Rogers, and I'll be speaking on agenda item 5B. My name is Charles Rogers, and I'll be speaking on agenda item 5B. Okay, as I said, I'm Charles Rogers. I'll be speaking on item 5B. According to the October 28th, City Council report, at McCarthy Road will be over $12 million. The county's cost is estimated at $7 million. Will be over $12 million. The county's cost is estimated at $7 million. So does I apologize for that. According to the October 28, 2021 City Council staff report, the total cost to purchase and renovate the property at 3589 McCarthy Road will be over $12 million. The county's cost is estimated at $7 million. So it appears that the city's contribution will be at a minimum over $5 million. So my question, will the taxpayers of Palm Springs be required to make up the difference if the county's contribution is less than $7 million?
The long-term financing of the center is even less certain. The staff report states that the service provider would need financial assistance for the first 2 years at the amount of $500,000 per year, and that the provider would seek grants and other funding opportunities. After these 2 years, the report states that the provider would rely on grants and other funding. So what if this grant funding or other sources of funding cannot be secured during the first 2 years and thereafter? Could this result in the city being required to allocate general fund money to keep the facility running? Considering the uncertainty of the Navigation Center's funding, why should the city of Palm Springs take the lead on funding and operating a Navigation Center whose funding is uncertain? Furthermore, since it's uncertain whether the homeless population that will be served by the center lived in Palm Springs prior to becoming homeless, shouldn't the county of Riverside or the Coachella Valley Association of Governments spearhead this effort of locating, funding, and managing the operation of such a navigation center? The staff report also does not address the issue of what criteria will be used to evaluate the success or failure of the navigation center. What is the navigation center's ultimate end game? Is it to end or significantly reduce the homeless population in Palm Springs? Shouldn't lessons learned from the problems associated with Well in the Desert's management of the homeless shelter at 441 South in Celia and its secondary impacts also be part of the analysis on what is needed to prevent a repeat of these problems at the Navigation Center? In conclusion, there are simply too many unanswered questions and concerns about moving forward with this center. Such a facility needs more input from the various city stakeholders, such as residents, the business community, tourism officials, and local law enforcement. In my view, this proposed navigation center should be placed on the ballot as an initiative so that it can be widely known and properly vetted and considered by all Palm Springs stakeholders, especially residents of Palm Springs, who will be asked to fund this facility and live with its secondary impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes. And if you could begin by stating your full name.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Gesimando. Thank you for taking my call. So basically, I totally applaud the idea of having a homeless facility to, benefit these poor folks. My main concern is the location of the first alternative and the fifth alternative seem to be basically, as if I understand it correctly, kind of like, I think they're across the street from each other, and they are very near property of mine. And I just feel like it's just not going to make me feel safe to live within such close proximity, because we already have a lot of homeless coming onto our property at Palm Springs Villas 1 and 2. And, I think the other locations on Ramon Road are a little more, off the beaten path, which I think is just better. So that would be my top choice if I had, a vote on that, would be like number 6 on East Ramon Road. I know you can't answer me, but I would like to confirm that those 2 spaces, 1 and 5, are in fact across the street, because the maps that are given or the photos are not equivalent where you could really see them in relation to each other. I guess my last comment would be that it was a little disturbing that we only were found out about this meeting today and the opportunity to speak within just a few hours of the meeting. I would have liked to have been a little bit more prepared for a comment, but that's all I really have to say at the moment.
Thank you for your comments, Nancy.
Good night.
Virginia Jokeris, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Virginia Jokeris. I am speaking on behalf of 5B and in favor of the McCarthy Road site. I am a member of the Community Partnership on Homelessness here in Palm Springs. We are a grassroots organization, less than 1 year old, but we have been very proactive and I think successful. It might be tempting to spend time debating how Palm Springs got here in terms of the number of homelessness in our city, but unfortunately, we do not have that luxury of time.
The reality is that Palm Springs has more unhoused individuals and individuals with substance abuse problems than other cities in the Coachella Valley. And those issues need to be addressed now, both for the health and welfare of those individuals and for the overall welfare of our city. I think when our citizens are no longer in crisis, the entire city benefits. By example, Indio and Coachella offer comprehensive services, and they have fewer people loitering on their streets. I think the McCarthy Road site provides the best solution to begin to immediately address the needs of the unhoused in our city. The buildings on that site can be more easily transformed for the needs of the Navigation Center, and there is more potential space there than at the Ramon site. I ask the council to select the site at McCarthy Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Larson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Larson, and I am a resident of Palm Springs Villas 2, which is adjacent to the McCarthy site that you're considering for the navigation site. I'd like to say a few words about Palm Springs Villas 2 and why we are opposed to the McCarthy site as a choice. As you know, Palm Springs is ranked very high in crime, and North Palm Springs especially, with the gang violence and the shootings, the murders, and the property crime. We just feel that adding a homeless transitional facility and an overflow area for RVs and playgrounds for the homeless population would only add to the already alarming crime statistics that we're experiencing down here in the north. Our community is 476 units, and the site you're considering is literally right across the fence from the proposed site. The community is made up of elderly full-time residents and seasonal snowbirds. We're already dealing with homeless people entering our community, sleeping on our patios of the unoccupied units that are owned by seasonal residents. They're bathing in our pools, and they're stealing whatever they can fit in their backpacks from our patios. Our HOA operates on a very tight budget, and I anticipate that if the city chooses the McCarthy Road site, we're going to have to hire 24-hour security to protect our residents. And I've figured out that there's probably within a quarter-mile radius of the proposed site, there's 4,000 to 5,000 residents here that will be negatively impacted if the city elects to choose the McCarthy site. We feel that the Ramon site is a commercial and industrial area, and it's very well policed.
Kathy?
Yes.
That's your time.
Oh, okay.
Did you have other people that you were having join?
I spoke to your other.
Jane Garrison, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. Hello, this is Jane Garrison. I'm a resident of Palm Springs, and I'm the executive director and founder of Oslet Land Trust. I am commenting on agenda item 5C, the city's plan to develop a climate action roadmap. We are thrilled, to say the least, that the city is working on such an important plan, and we thank you for that. But we would also request that the city make an addition to this draft roadmap, and that is a plan to protect natural vegetation. Not having a plan to protect natural vegetation on a roadmap to combat climate change is like not having freeways on a map of Southern California. Our desert ecosystems are highly evolved, long-lived plant species which benefit our environment in a very specialized way. Plants, trees, vegetation, and even the soil are critical components when mitigating climate change. And here's something actually to consider.
An average car produces 24 pounds of carbon per year, but one tree absorbs 48 pounds of carbon a year. We asked the city to identify habitat and parcels that need to be prioritized and protected, and these native ecosystems many times cannot be recreated. In our attempt to mitigate climate change locally, we must learn to identify these places and assure their protection from destruction. And Oswit Land Trust stands with the city, and we are happy to assist and aid the city in identifying these parcels and getting them into protection. So thank you again. We're very, very excited about this.
Thank you. Sean Emerson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Sean Emerson, and I'm calling on behalf of the Community Partnership on Homelessness regarding item 5B, the Navigation Center. First, I would like to thank the council for taking the next step and moving forward with the Navigation Center. Some ask why Palm Springs even needs a Navigation Center, thinking we already do more than our fair share. This is probably an accurate statement. However, Palm Springs also has more unsheltered and substance abuse activity than other communities. Palm Springs has more than 200 unsheltered people on any given day and night. With or without a Navigation Center, this population will unfortunately be drawn to Palm Springs. Indio and Coachella offer comprehensive services and consequently have far fewer people loitering on the streets. Palm Springs gains nothing by minimizing the problem or just hoping that it will go away by withholding services. The time is now to begin building at McCarthy Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Betty, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes.
You can begin. Scott, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh. Well, I heard about the homeless shelter you're trying to set up. I believe it's somewhere in Palm Springs, El Cielo. Is that correct? Enough shelters. I'm very much in favor of it, and I work a lot with homeless people, and they don't have enough places to live. So I'm grateful that you're coming up with these opportunities for them, and I just want you to know you have all my support.
Thank you. We'll disconnect now.
Okay.
Jeffrey? Okay, Jeffrey Rosenberg, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I'm a representative, Jeffrey Rosenberg, resident of Palm Springs and member of the Community Partnership on Homelessness, speaking to endorse a decision by the council and the city to take on a navigation system, a navigation center on McCarthy Road. Actually, I visited this site a number of times, considering buying the site for another purpose, and the fact that there are multiple buildings in a gated area that's electronically controlled will provide adequate protection for residents and within the navigation center and residents nearby. The difference between a navigation center and other possible options is this is not an overnight shelter like traditional congregant shelter facilities. This is a place where folks can come and live, and they will choose to live there because they will be able to bring their belongings, their pets, and so forth.
most important is that Palm Springs generates much of its tax revenue from tourism, and we need to encourage tourism in the city. In order to do that, we need to have a place that is safe for visitors and for, most importantly, residents. And in order to do that, we need to have an environment in which everyone feels safe. It was a wonderful move on the City Council's part to temporarily close Baristo Park, but unfortunately, activities that were not useful for the park are still going on. In other words, the nomenclature heroin park at Baristo Park, activities related to drug use, drug sales is still going on. It's very important that we create a place where people who are unhoused can come, feel that they have an opportunity
Jeffrey?
To get, yes.
That's your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Paisley Ramstead, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Paisley Ramstead. I'm a working field biologist and a lifelong resident of the city of Palm Springs. I'm currently working with Oswald Land Trust on various conservation efforts throughout the greater Palm Springs area. I wanted to note that missing from tonight's agenda item 5C, Actions to Mitigate Climate Change, is any mention or acknowledgement of our desert's naturally occurring carbon sinks and the critical role they play in our attempts to battle climate change by reducing carbon citywide. One of our greatest carbon sinks here in the Colorado desert is BioCrest, which is a living crust comprised of fungi, lichens, cyanobacteria, algae, and other microorganisms that exist only in the very top layer of our local soils. These crusts can be found in the riparian, desert scrub, and stabilized dune habitats that thrive throughout Palm Springs and the greater Coachella Valley. Biocrusts are critical carbon sinks, especially in arid environments like our own where vegetation is sparse. They can additionally aid in the reduction of blowing sand and the retention of heat. Because biocrusts are incredibly slow-growing and complex organisms that cannot be efficiently recreated once destroyed, it's crucial that we consider protecting the spaces where they and other naturally occurring climate sinks remain in our attempts to mitigate climate change on a local level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Mayor and the public as well, so we are going to take a pause in public comment so we can take the legally required public hearing on districting, which was noticed for 7 o'clock. I do just want to make sure the public knows that we will return back to public comment and resume with the calls.
Thank you, City Clerk. The next item is item 2B, a public hearing regarding redistricting of City Council boundaries as required by the Elections Code. If we can have a staff report, please.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Jim Priest. He is an attorney with Best & Krieger, an expert in all things elections, and he will be giving our presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Jim. You're live with the City Council and the public. If you could go ahead and present the staff report.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, honorable staff. Jim Priest, Best & Krieger, here on the redistricting item for this evening. Let me just make sure. Okay, my video and audio, are they good? Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Yes, good evening. We're here this evening to start the first public hearing in the city's redistricting process. What is redistricting? Every 10 years, with the new census data that comes out, cities and agencies, I'm sorry?
Mr. Priest, if I could just interrupt and let PSC TV know that if we could get the PowerPoint up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So why are we here today? This is the first public hearing as part of the city's redistricting effort. Every 10 years with the new census data, cities and other public agencies that elect their officials by district have to take a look at their district map and determine, in light of the new census data, if that map is still what we call population balance, meeting the legal requirements for electoral districts that are as nearly equal as possible in population. We're going to get into some of the details there. This is the first of several public hearings. We'll be getting into that a little bit more later. But this is really to kick this off, discuss this with the council at the first opportunity, and then also to let the public understand the process here and where we intend to go with it. Next slide, please. So tonight we're going to be talking about, I'm sorry, I got ahead of you there. We'll be talking about the project timelines, the deadlines, next steps, and hearings. Sorry, I jumped back a little bit there. Council members in the city of Palm Springs are elected for 4-year terms. In 2019, we transitioned over to by-district elections under the California Voting Rights Act. Prior to that, the city elected their council members at large. Districts 1, 2, and 3 elect in November of 2022, 26, 2030. Districts 4 and 5 elected in 2020, and then 2024, 2028, 2032. Next slide. This provides sort of a broad overview of the redistricting process. Under state law, we have to hold pre-draft or pre-map public hearings, and we also have to hold a certain number of post-drafting of map public hearings in order to solicit input and comment from the public, and also to take a look at any draft maps that are produced either by city staff, the city's demographer, or interested members of the public. There is a process by which we can do that and then take into account all of that information the city receives from the public. Tonight is our first public hearing. This is a pre-map hearing. We do not have a draft map or anything like that to look at this evening. That's not the purpose for this hearing. It's really just to, again, educate and then solicit input from the community. We're going to be getting into a little bit more about neighborhoods, communities of interest. There's going to be a deadline set that's in our schedule at the end of this PowerPoint for the public to submit draft maps for inclusion in the next hearing packet. So again, this is part of the process whereby the public can submit their own maps, submit their own ideas, and then the city will consider those in arriving at a final adjusted draft map. Draft maps will be posted on the project website. The city, I know, has established its website for input and outreach regarding the districting process. I was just looking at the website a few minutes ago, so I know it's up. I know it's available for the public to take a look at. Then we'll also have our post-map hearings. This is really when now we're looking at various options. The council, remember a couple of years ago when we did this, making the CVRA transition. And then finally, the map has to be adopted by ordinance or resolution. Our deadline to do that is mid-April. There's some technical requirements. We have to post the map 7 days prior to adoption so that the public has an opportunity to review and then comment when it does go back before the council. Map adoption can happen on the 4th public hearing. It can also happen at a 5th public hearing. That's really up to the city's timing and discretion on that. Next slide, please. So what are the rules that govern drawing a redistricted electoral map? Federal law starts with the baseline rule, which is equal population. Technically, it's as equal as practicable. In an ideal world, if you had a city of 50,000 people with 5 districts, each district would have precisely 10,000 people in it. That would be absolute mathematical equality. However, the Federal Voting Rights Act, which is the main law that governs the drafting of electoral district maps, allows for a certain amount of deviation from perfect equality among the districts. And that's to allow things like not artificially dividing local communities of interest that have become commonly regarded as an area that, where people with common social and economic and other bonds live. So if you had, say, a downtown arts district, you could move the line a little bit so that you're not drawing it right through the downtown arts district and dividing up what would be considered a community of interest. So again, it's plus or minus 10% total deviation. That's what the courts bless. Anything beyond that means you have an unbalanced map and you really have to adjust your districts at that point. No racial gerrymandering is allowed, so you can't craft districts that go way out of their way to benefit a particular racial group. You have to apply the equal population, communities of interest. If you look at the next tier down on California criteria, and this is actually sort of a mix of federal and state, the districts have to be geographically contiguous. They have to share boundaries. They can't just be touching at corners and things like that. They have to be geographically compact. You can't have barbell districts where you have a large population here, a large population here, and perhaps a tiny little strip that connects them. That would not be geographically compact. Easily identifiable and understandable. That's a legal requirement. That's also just good map drawing too. And then again, geographic integrity of local neighborhoods and communities of interest. Again, that's one of the key bases by which the city will end up adjusting the boundary lines that aren't perfect equality, but again, they avoid dividing up known communities of interest in the city. And then there's some last traditional principles that are sort of like second tier criteria after you've looked at contiguity, compactness, communities of interest, population equality. You can also, to the extent you're complying with those other factors, you can also look at things like minimizing the number of voters that are going to be shifted maybe from District 3 to District 4, where they would elect at very different times. Respecting the voters' choices, continuity of incumbents in office, that can be a factor, but again, it's a secondary factor behind the other ones. You could also draw a map factoring in future population growth, and also preserving the core of existing districts is a factor that can be considered. But again, those factors under the yellow arrow are secondary to the red and the blue factors there. Next slide, please. This is just a map of the city's existing districts. District 1 on the north side, District 5 on the south, and you've got 2, 3, and 4 set up in the middle of the city there. Next slide, please. This is the current 2020 census data overlaid on the city's current districts. And we do this as an exercise to determine whether your current district map is still what we call population balanced. It's still equal, allowing for no more than that 10% deviation, as I mentioned earlier. And the way you test for that is you take your existing districts, then apply the modern census data to it and see where the numbers end up. And as you can see here, we have a significant negative deviation in District 1 and a significant positive deviation, in District 3. And the way the rules work is you look at those two numbers, the plus and the negative, and then you find out what the spread is between the two. And if it's more than 10%, then you have a deviation that you need to address through adjusting your boundary maps in your electoral district map. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the total deviation according to these numbers is above the 10% acceptable range. You're at 12.13%. So that indicates that you do need to look at adjusting your boundary maps or your boundary lines on your map to a certain extent. Drawing a majority-minority district, we can certainly look at that for the city, but based on these numbers, it may not be possible to do that. The city is about 25% Latino voters, but they're fairly evenly dispersed throughout the community. So being able to draft a district that would be 50% plus one Latino voters may not be possible. But again, it's something we could certainly look at and see if that is possible. Next slide, please. We talked about this a little earlier. This dives into it a little bit more. These are the preeminent considerations for drafting a map. Again, equal population as much as you can, as practical as possible, while respecting contiguity, compactness, and then we'll get to communities of interest in a minute. This is all measured by the courts pretty objectively. They'll look at the map. Do the corners touch? Are there boundaries? Are the districts compact, or do they look like, again, barbells or arms reaching out to a far end of the city? Those are things the court will look at objectively. So now we get to communities of interest, and this is really the big thrust of the public hearing this evening. As I said, communities of interest are a major factor to consider in where you draw your electoral district boundary lines. And so what is a community of interest? I mentioned earlier, it's a group of people that live in an area with common social, economic, and other binding ties together. That could be based on physical boundaries, natural or artificial barriers that define a certain community in your city. Roadways, rivers, railways, those can also be dividing lines for purposes of drafting electoral district boundaries. Parks, schools, other landmarks. If there's a neighborhood parks district that surrounds one particular city park, that may suggest keeping the line that keeps all that in, as opposed to drawing a line right through that area. Geographic integrity of those communities of interest is going to be key as well. Also, I just wanted to point out that by looking at communities of interest, it's a good way that minority communities can get a voice in the process, or get more of a voice even, because communities of interest tend to, in many cases, center around a group of people that maybe have a shared, language history or racial or ethnic heritage, something like that. So respecting communities' interests can help provide more of a voice to the minority communities. Next slide, please. Political boundaries are another way that communities of interest can be defined. School attendance areas, special district service areas, and then federal, state, and county dividing lines can be used as appropriate to define a community of interest. Again, it really depends on the particular facts of your city. Next slide, please. What community of interests are not? They are not the incumbent's residence. And it is also not political affiliation. So you cannot define a community of interest as each of the incumbents' homes and then draft the district lines that way. You also can't draft the line so that all the Republicans are here and all the Democrats are here. That's not allowed either. Next slide, please. So, as I said, really the thrust of the discussion this evening is to talk about communities of interest. What are the neighborhood boundaries? What notable areas do you have in the city? How can the public get involved and provide that information? As I mentioned earlier, we do have the website that's up now. I think perhaps Mr. Mejia at the city clerk's office could maybe provide a little bit more commentary on ways that the public can provide that information to the city. And again, we really want to get to know what neighborhoods, what communities of interest do you really define in your town, and how then would we draw the lines to respect those? Next slide, please. Following tonight's hearing, BB&K is going to begin drafting the maps for consideration at the second public hearing. Legally, we only have to have one pre-map hearing. Some cities have two pre-map hearings. The way we were going to do it is the second public hearing, we'd at least have some sort of map or maps for consideration at the second public hearing. But they're working on that now, our demographers are. Next slide, please. How are we going to draw those maps? We're going to use the demographic data, as I mentioned. Staff expertise. We will be talking with staff about putting, the data to put those maps together. And of course, public input. That's why we're all here today, to really get that input from the public. So timeline and next steps. Sorry, next slide, please. The prisoner adjusted census data was released on September 20th. So we've had that now for a little over a month, and our demographers have been chewing on that data and coming up with, maps or, pre-draft maps, that are going to develop further on into final maps. There will be 3 additional public hearings that have to be held before the council may vote on a final map. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to have the second public hearing in December, and we're going to talk about the schedule in more detail in a moment. Our absolute deadline under the law in the California Fair Maps Act is April 17th, 2022. The map needs to be done and submitted to the county registrar of voters at that point. That will give them the time to incorporate it into their system so that those new districts will be ready by the November 2022 election. Next slide, please. So this is a detailed timeline. Again, today we're having the first public hearing. Second public hearing, we're planning on December 9th. There would be a series of community workshops the week of December 13th. These are not council public hearings. These would actually be outreach meetings to the community where they could provide information and have a very thorough and detailed discussion about what the public would like to see in the revised map. We have a deadline set up here for the public to submit draft maps for consideration at the third public hearing. I apologize, that is a typo. The deadline is not 18,000 years from now. So that would be January 5th, 2022. And then the third public hearing we have slated tentatively for January 27th. Next slide, please. Fourth public hearing coming February 10th. More community workshops in the 5 districts. That's tentatively set for late February, early March. Fifth public hearing, March 14th. That would introduce the ordinance, then with the goal of having the ordinance finally adopted and off to the registrar at the county by April 17th. And then, of course, November 2022 would be the first election that those new districts would be applicable. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell, Madam Mayor. If you, the councilor, any staff have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for the presentation and really appreciate you describing the complicated process and complicated law in regular terms for the public. I think that was really helpful. So questions of the presentation before we open the public hearing. I saw Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Priest, for all of your work on this. I had a question for you. I appreciate that you gave us this slide with the 2020 census data overlay. One of the things that I just want to point out to the public about this and get some more information from you is that, CVAP is our citizens of voting age. So these are citizens of voting age numbers, which means it doesn't reflect the 12, right? I believe it's 12% of our community that are under the age of 18. So I am curious if you can provide us with that data as well to show, the people who are residents but who are not eligible to vote because of their age or immigration status or other factors.
Thank you, Councilmember Gardner. I can talk with my people and see if we might be able to drill down on that data a little bit more. We do have total population reflected there, and that is truly total population. That's everybody, from birth to death who's still living in the district.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so that's your total population, because legally when we balance the districts and when the courts say as equal as possible, there's Supreme Court case law that says you factor in total population, not CVAP. CVAP is a useful factor for us to look at in drawing the districts and seeing where the actual concentration of voters is likely to be. But again, in drawing the actual districts, we have to take total population as the baseline. But again, I could certainly drill down further and see if maybe we can get some data on people who may be citizen voting age population, but perhaps are not eligible to vote for some other reason. I'll see what we can do about that.
Thank you. And thank you for pointing out that that's total population on that. I was looking at all the CVAP over there and did not notice that it was total there. So thank you for that. And the reason part of it is that when I'm looking at the CVAP numbers, they're broken down by racial categories, and some of them seem very small to me in comparison to what I know my district to be. And so that's why I'm curious if maybe it's because I believe that my district has more children than some of the other districts. So maybe that's why these CVAP numbers look off to me. So if that can be provided in another time, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Other questions before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Course.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Mr. Priest. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Just one question on the timeline. and maybe this isn't possible, I just wanted to know, having final maps in mid-March or mid-April compared to November, I think is last time, I think just poses challenges for people who are considering running, especially non-incumbents. And I don't know if there's a way to tighten that up without diminishing too much people's ability to participate in the process as well. I know that's a balancing act, but it's just a concern I had for the timeline. I wanted to just know what the options were. We don't have to discuss it now, obviously. We'll discuss it after the hearing.
Mr. Priest?
Yes.
And Councilmember Coors, so I am prepared with some slides on a accelerated schedule if you're interested. PSC TV, if you could bring up.
Do we have any other questions while we're waiting for that? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Priest, thank you, and thanks for the clarity of the information that you've got here. Just a question, and I get very clearly that when we're looking at the slide that talks about redistricting rules and goals, that which is in blue and that which is in red are the priority items that have to be considered. But under other traditional principles, one of them is to minimize voters shifted to different election years. So as I understand it, that would mean that shifts between districts 1, 2, and 3 would still leave all of those voters, regardless of whether they were moved from one district to another, still voting in the same year, as would shifts between District 4 and 5 would leave voters voting in the same year. So is that then a legitimate consideration for you as you're moving forward with drawing the maps?
Thank you, Council Member. I don't think it would be a relevant factor to consider if you were just simply moving a line between districts 1, 2, or 3, or 4 and 5, because again, as you know, it's not going to change when that voter elects a council member. That said, respecting the voter's choices, continuity of office, letting a voter stay in the district they geographically reside in. Again, that's something that can be considered. But again, it's a secondary factor along with minimizing shifting voting times and stuff like that. But to the extent that you can maintain equal population, contiguity, compactness, communities of interest, to the extent it's relevant, you can certainly look at not wanting to shift people around and also wanting to respect them being able to continue voting in the district they're at.
Thank you. And picking up on that theme, given the amount of effort that went into drawing the maps the last time, and which was only just a few years ago and sometimes feels like only a few weeks ago, to what extent can we take into consideration what we learned about our city and communities of interest during that process?
You can certainly take all of that information that you learned from a couple of years ago and apply it to this. You can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Other questions before we ask Anthony to pull up the expedited schedule that he prepared? I just have one or two. I should stop saying that because sometimes what you answer raises more questions. So one, you said that BBK draws the draft maps. Can you describe that process? So before we had a demographer draw the maps.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. The The arrangement that Best Vesting Krieger is doing with our clients this time around, because there's such a large volume of our clients that are all redistricting for the new census. So we have retained an in-house demography firm that is assisting us with the actual map drawing, the data crunching, the population balancing, and then coming up with draft maps. So it's under the BB&K umbrella, but we do have professional demographers doing that work.
Thank you. And then you said that it might be difficult to have a majority minority district, and you talked about the Latino population being distributed across the city. But we last time did create a majority minority district in District 1 with considering different communities of color. So could you just, for the people who care about that and are following along, describe what you mean by that?
Under the Federal Voting Rights Act, typically a majority-minority district is one where a minority group has a 50% plus one voting ability. Generally, you identify the majority-minority district based on a particular ethnic voting group as opposed to multiple ethnic voting groups. But that said, again, we can look at this and we can see what can be done to, move some of the boundary lines and perhaps look at those representation issues.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I want to pick up on that, Mr. Prieston. I'm a little confused looking at your overlay data. If I'm reading this correctly, it says that in District 1, the total voting age population is 6,021. And then the next column is citizens of voting age that identify as white or Caucasian, and that's 2755. What am I missing that's less than 50%?
What I'm getting at is you have non-Latino white. You're right. It's less than 50% of the total CVAP in that district. However, again, the Hispanic vote is about 1/4 of the total CVAP. You have African-American voters, which appear to be about another, probably 7 or 8% of that. You do have Native Americans, looks like 12 voters identified there. Asian voters, 580. But again, typically, we can look at this and see if there's some ways to work this through. If you're looking at a majority where the voters are just non-white, you're right. We may be able to do that. We may even have that already. I was thinking of it in a strictly legal term where you're looking, in the context of a Federal Voting Rights Act case, and there you're looking at a specific ethnic group wanting to get 50% plus one in a particular district. But again, if the goal of the council is to just look at the citizen voting age population, and just non-white as opposed to a specific ethnicity or minority group, again, we can certainly look at that and see how the numbers shake out there.
Right. Again, I do recall a little of our work last time, and I see Councilmember Garner anxious to get in, so I'm going to move fast. But I think we realized then that it would be very, very difficult, if not impossible, for a specific non-white ethnic group, but we were able to create a district, and we're really happy we did, that created a majority of the citizens of voting age who were non-white.
Councilmember Garner, do you have other questions?
No, it's okay.
Thank you. I want to reserve any discussion until the public hearing is completed. So any other questions of staff? City Clerk, would you like to present your expedited schedule?
Yes. Okay, so as you can see, we have our current schedule on the left side. which has already been reviewed. If we were to look at the accelerated schedule, what we're essentially doing is when you get to January 27th, you would at that point be reviewing all of the maps that came from the community as well as the demographer, and then selecting your top 3 at that point, rather than on February 10th. That initial January 27th meeting was just for you to review it all, take it all in. You wouldn't have needed to make any selection at that point. But if we want to accelerate this on January 27th, you could go ahead and select your top 3, and then come back on February 10th and go ahead and select your final map and adopt it. What we would be cutting out is the community workshops between February 28th and March 4th. And then we would be going at it and basically consolidating 2 of the public hearings into 1, which is we only are required to hold 4 public hearings, so we would meet those legal requirements. And I do want to note that the citywide mailer that we sent out only noticed the public hearings through January 27th. And so if it wouldn't impact what we've already noticed.
Clerk just presented. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Anthony, can you is there a final date that we would need to make that decision by on whether or not we want to expedite?
Sure. I would say by December 9th, we would need to know how the council wants to proceed in that kind of last phase.
Any other final questions of city staff before I open the public hearing? Seeing none. Sorry, one moment. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, are there any speakers?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Ragda Zachariah, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the presentation. It's very fascinating, and this topic has been in my mind since I moved to Palm Springs. Myself and other groups have been very much involved in the California Citizens Redistricting Commission method, and I know this is a completely different topic. And what I'd like to propose is when you do the new maps for Palm Springs, one, how is the Redistricting Commission impact going to be on redistricting Palm Springs, or maybe none? And what I've learned from listening to their meetings is, and I'd like to propose, is changing the lines. There is so much division in Palm Springs, which really has a negative impact on what needs to be done in general to best of the entire city of Palm Springs. So I encourage you to avoid, draw the line not just based, and I hate to say the word because it's not in my vocabulary, no race, no color, no ethnicity. It's really what's best to the best interest of Palm Springs. And I know the voting is important to each seat, but it's more important what we can do together as a community, not divided, to the best of Palm Springs. And I look forward to the process. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. David Friedman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is David Friedman. I participated actively in the initial Palm Springs districting process, and based on that experience, I applied to and was one of the 60 finalists for the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Although I was not selected for the CRC, I remain interested in the redistricting process both statewide and locally. While I plan to attend the community workshops next month and submit a draft map, I wanted to provide a very brief public comment this evening. Based on the materials presented by Mr. Priest, there is a relatively small deviation in council districts 4 and 5, and the boundaries for those districts reflect the comments that I and other residents of South Palm Springs previously provided. These boundaries keep the neighborhood organizations intact and thus reflect our communities of interest. Finally, districts 4 and 5 are on the same 4-year cycle with our next elections in 2024, and as Mr. Priest noted in response to Mayor Pro Tem's question, it would be preferable to avoid changes that could lead to residents of districts 1, 2, or 3 having to wait 6 years in between council elections. I will have more comments later in the process, but for the moment, I would encourage BBK to draw maps that keep districts 4 and 5 as they are currently drawn. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. And I did want to note, as Mr. Priest mentioned, we do have a website. It is psdistricts.com. And you can provide your comments on communities of interest and any other redistricting related matters by sending it to cityclerk@palmspringsca.gov. And that website and the phone number is listed on the website, which is again psdistricts.com. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. There being no additional speakers, the public hearing is now closed. So there's a recommendation from city staff to receive the report about the city's redistricting process and the permissible criteria to redraw district boundaries, and then to conduct this public hearing to receive public input on district boundaries. So no formal motion is required, but City Council can give additional direction at this time. Do any council members have direction to give or comments or discussion? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Redistricting is something that I really love, and it's also what I do in my other job on the statewide level. So I get really excited about it. One thing that I just wanted to point out here is that clearly we will have to have shifting of lines, right, because of the deviation. But I do think there's been a lot of changes in District 1. And so I just want to point out a few things for Mr. Priest and his team that are going to be working on maps. One of those things is the Miralon development. People just started to move into Miralon about 6 months ago. So I don't know that any of those people were actually captured in the census. There's not that many people. I believe they told me that it's about 50 people right now. But when you're looking at Palm Springs, because we are a fairly small city, 50 people can be pretty significant. But it's also, they're doing continuous development there. There's also possibly there should be more development as well in part of District 1 in the Serena Park project. Within the next 10 years. So just wanted to flag that. And the other thing was that I do think that it's important that we have those other non-CVEP numbers, because I think it helps us to get a sense of, again, more communities of interest, right? Like where do the children live in Palm Springs? Do we have larger immigrant communities in certain areas? Things like that, I think give just context to our larger discussions when we're talking about district lines. And then the other thing, I know this isn't in my district, but we do have a couple of other housing developments that are almost complete. One is almost completed and the other should be completed within the next year or so. So I wanted to just, flag for you that there are quite a few developments that will impact these numbers. And I'm not sure how you'll want to do that, but wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Council Member. I'll just mention to the council that, future population growth is something that can be considered in drafting the map. So we will certainly look at those new developments that are coming online and could be bringing a large number of additional people to those particular districts.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Picking up on that same theme, there are two projects that are in the 5th district that one is now just starting to have occupancy, a second across the street, and these are both new townhome and single-family home projects that are at Mesquite and the Wash at Palm Canyon. Each one of those will add, collectively together, they will add about 175 new residences. We also have a mobile home park that is expanding the number of small modular homes in the community. I think those are going to be relatively modest increases in population, but there will be some increases that will be coming in the 5th district. I would also second the comments of Councilmember Coors that we should consider advancing the schedule. And given that we will have some draft maps at the December 9 meeting, it would seem, depending on the extent of change in the maps that we see at that time, we would be in a place to make a determination as to whether an accelerated schedule is appropriate or not.
Councilmember Coors.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I won't go through the new developments other than to encourage that you speak with staff and the planning director on them throughout the city and sort of their timelines. I think that'll probably be the most expeditious, and that way I won't miss anything at least. So that was one. Two, I was going to say and agree with Mayor Pro Tem that December meeting seems like the appropriate time to decide on the expedited schedule, and that way it's noticed. Or the next, for the next hearing. So people know that's a consideration. So people could weigh in if they want to on that. And I think it would also be helpful, last time the CVRA work group came up with like 4 key, goal, I don't forget what the right word is, but things we wanted to make sure we took into account in the redistricting process. And it would probably be good, and council approve those, and it'll probably be good to have those in the next meeting to see if there are things we want to change or if we want to reaffirm what those were. I remember some of them, but I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. But it would be nice to have that in the packet for the community and council so we could discuss that at that meeting as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Great points. Thank you so much for raising that, and I completely agree. Any other comments from council members or direction that you'd like to give at this time? Councilmember Garner.
Just one thing about the expedited schedule. I know that we had lots of different location ideas that were put out, and then some of those locations were supposed to be for the second round of meetings, and so I just wanted to kind of flag that as whether or not we wanted to be able to have meetings in some of those places as well, because some of those locations, like the James O. Jesse Center, we tend to get a lot of people. So I wanted to just flag that. I think it's probably for Anthony to maybe let us know what your thoughts are the next time we talk about it.
Thank you. So City Clerk, would that be helpful to discuss now and make a decision?
I think, if I'm hearing Councilmember Garner correctly, so we could certainly add an additional workshop for this first round of workshops at the Unity Center. It just, obviously the citywide mailer's already gone out, so we'll be going through more traditional forms of awareness for that community. But we could certainly add another workshop and I'll work on that schedule.
If I can. Sorry, just to provide more clarification, it's more so that if we were to move with the accelerated schedule, there was this time frame of community workshops that we're going to be looking at maps more. Well, I mean, both of them are looking at maps, right? But that would be looking at those maps, and that's when that was scheduled. So I guess I'm just kind of raising it up as we cut out those community workshops, and whether or not they're needed, I don't know. But I don't think that the meeting at James O. Jesse necessarily has to be one that happens this December, but how do we address those those lack of meetings? Is there a way to include them in another place in our 2022 schedule or not? So I guess it's a broader question, I think, and it only really depends on if we expedite or not.
I understand that now, and I think just an idea, obviously we'll think about it more, is we could try to conduct some of those workshops via Zoom rather than in person and trying to consolidate it. Obviously, the period between the council selecting their top 3 and then selecting their final map is about 2 weeks. So it's a short time period, but I'll certainly look at how we can still engage the community during that window. It's just, obviously our packets go out a week before, so it's like 3 days.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, and I'm torn on doing an expedited schedule, and it sounds like we don't need to decide that here and now. Is that right, City Clerk?
That's correct. I can include the accelerated schedule in the next staff report for December 9th, and also any ideas that I can formulate about how to engage the community in between selecting top 3 and final map.
Thank you. And I think that's a great plan. And then we can get community input. So if the community who's listening and paying attention to this, if you have input about when you'd like the maps to be finalized, how many sessions you would like for community workshops, where, what would be useful for you. We're doing this for community participation. So would love input about that. Great. Other direction or discussion before we leave this agenda item? Seeing none. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your presentation and your work on behalf of the city.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. So always a pleasure. So City Clerk, then we will now go back to public comment and
That's
finalize
correct.
that, correct?
That's correct. And we do have about 20 more callers.
So 40 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem.
We maybe take a 5 or a 10-minute break before we start back with public comment.
Yes, so we will take a 10-minute break. It's 7:50 right now. So we will go into recess for 10 minutes and we will re-adjourn at 8:00 p.m. come back from recess and we will continue on with public comment. City Clerk, if you could please continue contacting public comment speakers by telephone.
Yes. Ragda Zachariah, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, City Council again. I'm calling regarding the Navigation Center. Last meeting, Councilman Kors mentioned that we are looking at a site that we can build on it fast. I am for finding a good place for the homeless community. I actually volunteer at many places, and I'm part of the homeless group in Palm Springs. Today I went to the site. I've been to the site because it's right next door where I live. And Councilwoman Gardner also lives next door to me. She's aware of what I'm about to say. Although you have two buildings on that site, and you have a brick fence with a steel door, like other callers said, that's not going to stop the population of invading our communities. We are already having people jumping over the fence, the cars. It's a very sad situation. What really concerns me is why the rush? In addition, in front of that location, you have a huge empty land. And I stopped there today and I looked at it, and I assure you, if you decide on that location, which is going to impact the whole community in a very, very negative way, you are going to have a homeless camping site on that empty land. You are not going to avoid it. The other side, you do have the CBT store right on the corner. There are no services. I strongly urge you, help us continue to enhance the northern side of District 1 and move to Ramon Road. It's a better facility. Yes, it's a smaller. Start small. I haven't heard a comprehensive business plan for the site. You always start with something, and then at the end, we don't know how to finish it.
Ragda?
Yes, sir.
That's your
Am I done? Okay, thank you for your serious consideration, and I'm not in favor of this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Clark, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
With the Community Partnership on Homelessness, and I live in District 4. Palm Springs. For those
Alex Logan, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, thank you. My name is Alex Logan. I have a automotive repair business in Palm Springs off Radio Road. And I just wanted to voice my opinion about the homeless support facility going in off of, or possible going in off of McCarthy. I realize homelessness is an issue and they need to be helped out, but I just wanted to say that there's lots of businesses around that area, houses and property, and I just don't think that that would be good for the community around there, with homeless people walking around or any substance abuse issues or anything around there. I feel like the neighborhood is already kind of struggling in that area, and I think that will magnify some of the issues that are in that area. So I oppose that proposal. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Clark, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, thank you. Hope you can hear me this time. Good evening. I'm Barbara Clark, and involved with Community Partnership on Homelessness, and I live in District 4. Like it or not, Palm Springs, as is most of the nation, facing people who are unhoused like never before. For those people needing a little extra help for personal transformation, I feel the Navigation Center can be the first step, whether it's housing, work, or managing a medical diagnosis. The Navigation Center can be the first step to show them they are worthy people. Most unhoused people want a safe place to call home and an opportunity to advance themselves. 62% of unhoused women is caused by domestic violence. Past trauma can cause issues with community authority figures. The Navigation Center will be a life-saving and life-changing. It is a new beginning for those wanting help in their current circumstances. This can be an opportunity for involvement with the people who are unhoused, to understand what their major needs are, and to seek their involvement to ensure it works for them. The Navigation Center needs to have experienced staff that have worked with this population. All residents need to be treated with dignity and respect. This is an opportunity to offer a continuum of care for services for their needs. The goal of the Navigation Center is for unhoused people to have success, and I think this is all of our goals. Thank you for your time and what you do.
Thank you. Bruce Hoban, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, everyone on the council and staff. I wish to tell you that you all ran saying you would work on homelessness, and you are now doing it. You are taking a step above the Martha's Kitchen and the Wall in the Desert, and I realize there's controversy about everybody doesn't want it in their neighborhood. If you were to propose putting a navigation center 4 blocks down from me, where the College of the Desert is to be built, of course I would be concerned. But I would not object. We have to put these services somewhere, and I totally encourage you to please spend this money while we have it, and please take a step forward to reducing the homelessness problem. None of you and none of us can solve the whole thing, okay? But we can make it better. And for anybody in Palm Springs who has not been to Los Angeles or Venice or Santa Monica or San Francisco, you have no clue how bad it could get. It's far worse there. So I encourage you to please take the steps to do what you can do to reduce the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jay Ramstead, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Thank you for all the work you're doing on this important issue. My name is Jay Ramstead. I'm a 40-year resident of Palm Springs, and tonight I'm speaking on 5B. I understand homelessness is not a problem that just goes away by doing nothing. Many of us have had times in our life when we were, as they say, one paycheck away from being homeless. Had this ever happened to me, I would want to think that my fellow citizens would care enough about me to want to help. Creation of this resource is just what is needed. It's been needed for a long time. It provides 24-hour around-the-clock resources to assist people or fellow citizens to help them get back on their feet. I feel the staff suggested location for this facility is perfect. I know Councilwoman Garner, that you live in this neighborhood. I would really like to see you support this project as its staff proposed location and set an example by saying, welcome to my fellow citizens. I currently live in Mountain Gate, which is only a stone's throw away from where this facility would be. I support this project. It's a good thing for our city. It's an important thing to do for humanity. If we keep saying, not in my backyard, we will never solve this issue of homelessness. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Bruce Younger, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Dear members of the City Council, my name is Bruce Younger. I reside in the Miralon development. I wish to address topic 5B, the subject of proposed McCarthy location for a navigation center. Well, I think the idea of a navigation center is a good one, and it needs to be done. I believe the McCarthy site is a terrible location for the center. This location is not desirable for neither the clientele it intends to serve, nor for the immediate surrounding community. This location is far from any significant retail and employment centers for its intended occupants, thus limiting the opportunities for basic services and nearby job prospects. It would also be placing a vulnerable population in a neighborhood that is already suffering from a high rate of crime and violence. This location does not well serve either group that you're trying to achieve here, and time limits me to go into detail on all the reasons why. I'm also highly concerned about the way this location seems to be being pushed through by city staff without much serious evaluation of other locations, other than it gets it off their plate quickly. Why are many other possibilities not being investigated? For example, why wasn't the original Racket Club considered? It has been sitting there vacant for over 10 years and has been listed for sale for over 5 years at basically the same price as the McCarthy site, and it has 10 acres, almost 3 times the size of this site, plus a significant existing housing element. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating for it to go there. I'm just giving this as an example of why I think proper due diligence has not been investigated into the site location. The city should take time to get with this project done and do it correctly to combat the problem of homelessness, even if it takes another year or so to build it from scratch if need be. The people of the city deserve to be done right the first time rather than just a fast and convenient expedited solution that doesn't really work. This is similar to the actions that the past city councils have taken in dumping their other problem entities on the north end of town. I want to make sure that you understand I'm not concerned about this affecting my property values. I think I'm fine and I'm going to be fine. But it's more the idea of watching this bad location falter and see the needs of its intended clientele negatively impacted its surrounding neighborhood. Thank you, and I hope you really reject this plan and go back to scratch with it.
Thank you. Dieter Crawford, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, council, staff. My name is Dieter Crawford. I'm Vice President of Desert Highland Gateway Estates Community Action Association. I want to speak on the potential homeless navigation center at 3589 McCarthy Road. We understand there's a big need for homeless services all over the country, and our city is not exempt. However, the Desert Highland Gateway Estates is not a good fit for this facility. As a community, we have our own problems with substance abuse, mental health, and violence. Palm Springs residents and businesses report worsening problems with the unhoused population, including increased rates of disturbance, trash, violence, mental illness, and substance abuse. It seems the city pushes all the less desirable projects to this area, such as cannabis facilities, liquor stores, convenience stores, and affordable housing. Our neighborhood is already a food desert. There's no grocery stores, pharmacies, or banks. We're in desperate need of establishments that stabilize our community, not hinder it further. We would like to see Mr. Noble turn this property into a facility that supports clean energy jobs in solar, wind, or battery manufacturing. Is de facto segregation to place the homeless services facility in our neighborhood. The city claims to be inclusive, diverse, and equitable, but none of that is evident in the north end. This site is immediately adjacent to both single-family and multifamily residences, as well as low-income housing projects. It shares a wall with the Rosa Garden Apartments and is directly across the street from Palm Springs View Apartments. There are several locations around the city that would be better accommodating and safer with regards to adjacent neighborhoods. The Navigation Center should be located near social services, healthcare facilities, grocery stores, public transportation, etc. The Desert Highland Gateway Estates community is opposed to the Homeless Navigation Center being located in our neighborhood. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. David Toner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is David Toner, and I'm a member of the Community Partnership on Homelessness. I'm speaking tonight on agenda topic 5B. First, I want to thank you for the continuing time and attention you put towards the issue of homelessness. While there has been much debate, many dollars, finger-pointing policies and activities, the unhoused population continues to suffer while the community frustration continues to grow. I want to applaud you for the steps that you've taken thus far to eliminate the enabling locations that provided venues for drug trade that only exacerbated the issue. The pursuit of a comprehensive navigation center is the necessary next step to provide shelter, case management, and much needed services, including mental health care, drug and alcohol addiction treatment, and job training to these individuals as they try to find permanent housing and peace. As Martha's Village President Linda Barak noted in a previous council meeting, the attention of the city, the county, and the service providers must be focused on successful outcomes, helping the unhoused transform their lives by delivering comprehensive, life-changing programs within a continuum of care. The unhoused need a comprehensive navigation center in Palm Springs. The McCarthy location provides the necessary infrastructure and location to bring this to fruition, not only sooner, but most effectively. The existing structure and infrastructure at McCarthy will accelerate the time, resources, and lessen the dollars necessary to bring it to life. I really, really empathize and understand the views of members opposed to this location, some of whom I know personally. But there is data and there are examples in other communities, cities, and states that show that navigation centers reduce the people on the streets because it gives them a center to go to and it gives them an opportunity for positive outcomes. So I ask the council to approve the navigation center and the location at 3589 McCarthy Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barbara Lampert, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. Hello, council members. My name is Dr. Barbara Lampert. I'm calling tonight to express my very earnest support for the Homeless Navigation Center to be located off San Rafael in the North End. I live on San Rafael, so this is in my neighborhood. I'm an addiction psychiatrist, and I practiced for 35 years working with the homeless population, among others. And I know this, that it is of the most urgent issue that these people have a roof over their heads, medical services, help with their finances. The stigma they endure, the homeless population endures, is enough to kill them as it is. And so this is a life-saving opportunity for these people. I ask that you approve the Navigation Center at the staff recommended site. Thank you for listening to my testimony. Good night.
Thank you. Robert, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and if you could begin by stating your name.
My name is Robert Guillen Jr. I am a resident of Palm Springs, California. I live on Vista Chino, and a complex that has family and small children. It is my understanding that there is a proposed site for a homeless shelter right behind where we live, and I'm just concerned for the safety, well-being of my neighbors and the children that are in my building and in the surrounding area, just because of my own personal interactions and having moved away from the downtown area to where I live now to feel safer away from that element of just knowing that regardless of their need, it's usually happenstance that these people do drugs and they're very violent, and I just wouldn't feel safe with that being over here where I live.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jenny Gill, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening. Dear Palm Springs City Council, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Jenny Gill. I would like to express my strong opposition to a homeless center project proposal for Desert Highland Getaway Estates. I am the executive director of Desert X. I work in Palm Springs, where my son attends a public elementary school. As active members of this community, we are appalled by the lack of vision of our leadership to deal with the issue of homelessness in our city. Placing a homeless facility in the forever abandoned and ignored neighborhood of Desert Highland Getaway Estates is a rational way of planning to perpetuate systemic racism in our city and is unacceptable. Before having a homeless center, the neighborhood needs grocery shops where residents can find fresh produce and water, a pharmacy, libraries, banks, cultural facilities. Put the center elsewhere in a neighborhood that is already supported with basic services and can welcome a facility without further weakening the social and economic balance of the families living there. You have recently apologized for the city's role in the crimes committed towards the communities expelled from Section 14. And today you recognize the value of the Bahian Desert community. How can you possibly consider to push a so-called navigation center onto a community that, despite its neighbors and activist groups, lacks of most social infrastructure that makes a neighborhood and its kids thrive? I urge the City Council to reconsider the placement of the Homeless Center, Navigation Center, and to begin thinking of viable urban solutions to homelessness with some love, fairness, and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. David? David Weiner, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'd like to speak to Agenda Item 5B, the establishment of a navigation center for providing outreach and services to unhoused members of our community. I want to state up front and very clearly that I wholeheartedly support establishing a navigation center. My comments pertain to the location of the center, not the if of the center. The staff report identifies 3 possible existing sites or the building of a new site. When I read the report, it certainly sounds like they are advocating for selection of the first site on McCarthy Road. Of the 3 sites, that site is the least suitable, primarily due to the impact to a large number of households. The site is within 500 feet of 137 households and would sit at the entrance to Desert Highland Gateway Estates. The other 2 sites are both in primarily commercial areas with far fewer neighboring households. Both other sites are located close to public transportation. Both other sites are in close proximity of commercial services, but neither of those sites are located in a community that our predecessors have shown little or no interest in. We have past history on this that we can look to. As recently as 2017, there was homelessness outreach work being done out of the First Baptist Church on Rosa Parks Boulevard. The members of the community had a meeting with some city council members at that time to discuss the predominantly negative effects they experienced after operations began. I think we can look to the other locations which are more suitable for this center. We're in the midst of addressing the legacy of the raising of Section 14 and the relocation of its residents to the outskirts of our city. It feels to me like, once again, we aren't listening to the members of that same community. It's time that we show some interest to our predominantly Black and brown neighbors and start listening to these folks that have been ignored and unheard for far too long. There are better options, more suitable options right in front of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jenny Fote, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Thank you for all you're trying to do to address the issues of homelessness. So I'm saying that to the council. I'm speaking in favor of the resource center being located at the McCarthy property. I've spent months working with the city and the county on this project. I feel that I'm qualified to advocate on this location for the resource center and the services it will provide, most importantly, because it's in my neighborhood. I live there. So many people talk about helping the homeless until a solution is suggested that is in their neighborhood, and then their answer is, oh, put it somewhere else. I have years of experience working on homeless issues. I chaired the National Coalition on Homelessness. I worked on the CVAC Homeless Committee. I chaired it for 7 years. I worked to open Roy's, which for all its faults managed to get thousands of people off the street and into permanent housing. I took all of these successes and failures and worked with a talented group to put together a comprehensive program of services that will create a successful path for our fellow citizens to get back on their feet and into permanent housing. We need to change how we have been addressing homelessness. So many well-meaning people and organizations have tried to help. Meal programs, overnight, hot and cold shelters, drop-in centers address the immediate need, but we all know they just put additional problems into the community and put Band-Aids on the homeless situation. The facility on McCarthy will instantly render a person no longer homeless, as it provides 24-hour programming and a place to live, a safe place to sleep, a secured space for belongings, a place for pets, a place to eat good, nutritious food, get medical care, and most importantly, a safe place to close their eyes. It's a fenced facility that will have rules and require a contract be signed to access services and housing. This facility will be housing for individuals, families, and children. It saddens me when people who have faced discrimination because of the color of their skin or because of whom they love say, no, not in my neighborhood. These people are not pariahs. They're our fellow human beings. I urge you to move forward on this location as is the best choice to address the issue in a quick time period and get the homeless housed immediately. Thank you so much, and I ask you to please choose the McCarthy site.
Thank you. Jarvis Crawford, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. As I've been, well, first hello to council member, mayor, and listeners. But as I've been listening to those given comments, I wonder how many people that spoke in favor for this live near the site. How many of you would be okay with this homeless navigation center right next to your home? My family have been longtime residents of the Desert Highland Gateway Estates, and also a member of First Baptist Church myself in Palm Springs, where there was a homeless resource center with the Well in the Desert for a few years, where our church dismantled the program due to inconsistencies, failed promises, and uncomfortable presence in the community. I also experienced homeless issues around the James O. Jesse Desert Highland Park, which had never been an issue before with homeless, but during the time the resource center was at the church, issues became prevalent. There have been times police had to be called due to homeless sleeping in the park, even one time inside one of the playground slides, having negative actions with the youth visiting the park, and even setting up shelter on the outskirts of the park. It's funny to me how the best place for a homeless center always finds the north end of town as a drop-off spot, instead of looking to where the majority of the homeless are needed, which is in downtown where they are at, or central Palm Springs. Has there ever been a thought to move these resource centers to South Palm Springs? Of course not. If we want to show that we want our city to be all-inclusive, then include moving a homeless resource center closer to where the homeless are, or even in the South Palm Springs, and not push them to a community that already has issues and in a low-income and minority community. I am not in favor of a homeless resource center in or near the Desert Highland Gateway Estates, but in favor of helping the homeless with a shelter elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Emerson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Lisa Emerson, and I'm a member of the Community Partnership on Homelessness. First, I'd like to thank the City Council for taking action to address the homeless issue in Palm Springs. As was stated at last week's council meeting, homelessness in Palm Springs is at a crisis point and needs immediate attention. I am in full support of the Navigation Center and believe the McCarthy location is the most viable solution and one that could be implemented quickly. However, I do understand that residents and businesses in the immediate area of the location are concerned about secondary impacts. With proper performance criteria built into the operating plan, those secondary impacts can be managed. Let the new Palm Springs Access Center serve as proof. Since opening, that center has had 0 complaints. To mitigate potential secondary impacts, the city should address the concerns of the immediate community as you search for and negotiate with potential operators of the Navigation Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Frazier, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, I'd like to make 3 basic comments. The first is the Desert Highland Gateway community has endured enough pain and suffering. And locating this homeless navigation center to the community would be adding further pain and suffering to the community unnecessarily. The second comment, the manner in which the African American community was removed from Section 14 was very traumatic. And the community has never recovered economically or socially, which has caused health disparities and inequities. So it's, again, this relocating that navigation center would further compound that problem. And the third comment I'd like to make is placing the homeless navigation center in our community will negatively impact property values, which will cause a dramatic difference when compared with other communities of other neighborhoods in the city. And as you know, at this time, it's a seller's market. So homeowners in our community will be severely impacted by the decision to place a homeless navigation center in our community. Not fair. Now, those are my comments. End of discussion.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Jeff Dobson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello?
This is Sarah to say.
Hello, this is Giselle Brumfield. I'm a single woman, and I moved here January 2021. And I just want you to know that I will not feel safe if you put the homeless community in the McCarthy Center. This area, the Ramon location is a commercial and industrial area, and it's well policed. McCarthy Road location is not patrolled, and because of that, the city will be putting a vulnerable population at risk. As taxpaying contributors and long-term residents of the city of Palm Springs, I urge you to choose another more suitable location.
Thank you. Did you have another caller that you wanted to speak? Hello, was there another caller you would like to speak?
Did you have another caller that you wanted to speak? No, that's it.
No.
Okay.
We're finished. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just getting our next speaker in queue. Thank you. Evelyn Roberts, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Evelyn Roberts, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening to the City Council. My name is Evelyn Roberts. I live in the Desert Highland area.
Evelyn, you can go ahead and begin again.
Okay, good evening to the City Council. My name is Evelyn Roberts. I live in the Desert Highland area. I have lived in Palm Springs for most of my life. My comments are in regard to the Navigation Center. I don't oppose the Navigation Center. I'm opposing the location for the Navigation Center. Only 2 locations found in all of Palm Springs. Unbelievable. There are 2 cannabis facilities already in our area. We already have homeless people in our area. We don't need a navigation center added to the mix. Did any of you consider putting a navigation center in your neighborhoods? There are lots of apartments, residences in this area representing families. I saw a comment that Barristo Park is the new Section 14. I'm sure you're all familiar with Section 14 and what happened with Section 14. Desert Highland is the area we moved to after being forced to leave Section 14. I oppose putting the Navigation Center on McCarthy Road. Put it somewhere else, not in a residential or business area. Thank you for your reconsideration.
Thank you. Danny, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and if you could begin by stating your name.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and staff members. My name is Daniel Cayeros, and I'm a resident of the Mountain Gate community. I just called to express my concern over the proposed sites. From what I understand, there is the McCarthy site and the other site on Ramon Avenue. My opinion is that the council should make a final decision after evaluating the impact such center would have in a residential community. I know there's a need for a homeless center in our area, but we first need to evaluate the impact such center will have in the residential community. In reviewing the staff report, I see that there is a fairly good-sized residential community at the McCarthy Center. There is a minimal impact to a residential area in the Ramon area. So my opinion, the Ramon Center would be the best location given the industrial area and close proximity to public transportation and other areas for services. Again, I'd just like to stress that we need to focus not only on the need for a homeless center, but also look at the impact such center will have in a residential community. Thank you for your time. I hope you make a sound decision for the residents who will be impacted by such a facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's call on the phone.
So. Saul Escobedo, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, hi, thank you, and thank you everyone for letting me speak. I just wanted to provide my comment regarding about the homeless shelter going up near the McCarthy location. And being that I'm a resident of Palm Springs Villas 2, and I have seen some of the things that have gone up in this area, such as the marijuana store and also the low-income housing. And now we want to implement a homeless, the McCarthy location housing. I just think it's a congregation of stuff in this neighborhood that increases crime and is also not good for the community. And I'm quite
actually tired and fed up of North Palm Springs being the dumping ground for Palm Springs problems. And if we were going to implement something like this kind of homeless location, why don't we move something closer to Smoke Tree? It would be more central to where the homeless need the services, because there's busing, public transportation. So I'm just tired of this area being the central location for all of Palm Springs problems. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. We were able to reach everyone with the exception of Michael Braun, which we attempted many times.
Do we have for general public comment?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
How many speakers do we have for general public comment, since it's already 8:43? I'm wondering if we should do it right now.
None.
We have none.
Correct.
Okay. That's something. Okay, so that concludes public comment. Next, we have City Council Subcommittee and City Manager comments and reports. I am not going to give one this meeting in the interest of time. Would any council members like to provide a comment or report right now? You are free to do so, but I'm not seeing any. City Manager, do you have any reports at this time?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start the meeting. Thank you, by the way, for everyone who called in for public comment. We very much appreciate you being involved, and we will pick up your public comments when we consider those items. So the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Can I entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar? And Mayor Pro Tem will have to remind me if any of those items were pulled for separate discussion, since I was not here during that time.
1E has been pulled for separate discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Force, there's a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item 1E, which has been pulled for separate discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote on approving the consent calendar except for item 1E?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0, and I'm sorry, we do have one last public comment that just came in. Let me call them now. Give me 1 second. Nellie, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, thank you for taking my call. I really am glad that I was able to get on. I want to let the city council know that my family, my mother, my sister, my nieces, we have actually owned a home there in the Desert Highland Estate since 1991. That area, I feel, has always been tough to address problems. I know population that in a lot of in downtown areas.
Nellie, our connection's really bad. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Hello?
Yes. Go ahead and start over.
Okay, hi, my name is Nellie, and I was telling the city council members that my family has owned a home in the Desert Highland Estate since 1991, and we've already had to deal with so many issues, so many crimes. I feel like the residents that are actually trying to stay in the community, and, you know, my parents are retired now. I have my nieces and nephews living there, There has been already improvements, but it seems like you guys keep dumping more and more problems there. The smell from the Blue Arowana facilities, the transients, there has been free food given out in the neighborhood, and I feel like the community itself is always trying to come together to look out for one another, and this just really makes me angry because I feel that the industrial area, and I've heard the other comments, so I'm not the only one that thinks this, but why would you put this type of facility in a residential neighborhood that is adjacent, that already has high crime rates, and it's just not the place to do it? Why not look at Ramon and Gene Autry in an industrial area versus our neighborhood? Enough is enough. You know, we've been there since 1991, and I think that if this is put there, we are definitely going to put up our home for sale and leave Palm Springs because this is just ridiculous. Thank you so much for hearing my concerns, and I really hope the city listens to the residents, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing us to take that last public comment.
Thank you. So move to the item on the consent calendar, excluded consent calendar item E, approval of a purchase order to Carollo Engineers, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $325,000 for the demolition of abandoned facilities at the wastewater treatment plant. City project number 21-06. There's a recommendation from staff to authorize that purchase order. So who pulled this item? Councilmember Garner.
I promise this will be fast. So what this is the wastewater treatment center is doing some work demolishing some of the old equipment and things on the property. There's also going to be a brick wall that's built around the site. So these are, the brick wall especially was something that the community really wanted for a long time. So this is something that's going to be coming forward, and I wanted to make sure people know that. But with the demolition, I just wanted to find out from staff if we are going to have to close pickleball at all during that demolition, and if it's going to impact the animal shelter, and if you just have a timeline that you can give. That way the public is aware, because this is an area of the park and the animal shelter, of course, that are very heavily used. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Joel, Engineering Services. I have a slide here showing the general location of, or the actual wastewater treatment plant, and then what the area that's surrounding, so the residential, industrial. And I'm going to turn to another slide where we can kind of discuss and answer the questions. So you can see in the slide that we have the block wall that's going to not necessarily surround the facility. It's just going to be adjacent to the pickleball courts. That particular wall is, I believe it's going to be 10 foot high, and it will be constructed prior to the demolition. The action before you is to approve engineering services to design the demolition of the sand filters and the headwaters and the primary clarifiers. So once we get through the design phase, it's anticipated that construction is going to take anywhere between 6 to 10 months. The design right now team believes it's going to be about 6 months. From what I understand, and I believe we can work with the design team to ensure that the pickleball courts are not interrupted during construction. That wall is going to be up, so that actually the sound will be attenuated. During the design phase, we're actually going to look at ways to mitigate noise, mitigate dust, mitigate any smell. So we are in the preliminary phases, and we're able to incorporate much of the requirements or anything that we would like to incorporate into our construction contract to mitigate the disruption of the pickleball courts and disruption to the park in general.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I had. And I vote to move the item.
Thank you. So there's a motion to approve staff recommendation, and there's a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
And Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 2A, an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to deny a conditional use permit application to operate a cannabis cultivation and manufacturing facility with an existing 19,192 square foot building located at 888 East Research Drive. I am recused from this item because of a financial conflict or potential financial conflict. So Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and Councilmember Garner is recused as well, I believe for the same reason. So Mayor Pro Tem Middleton will be chairing this item for the council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, we had, prior to you coming on, made a decision to move item 5B to after the discussion, completion of the consent calendar, given the importance of that issue. So with your permission, we would proceed not to item 2A immediately, but go on to item 5B.
Thank you. If we can, I think we can discuss that issue. So I see Councilmember Coors. Did you have a comment?
Just a comment. The only concern I have is if we move the public hearings, we have a whole bunch of people waiting to testify, and it's 9 o'clock at night.
I would suggest we do the public hearings, not to cut you off. I'd like to do the public hearings and then do any other discussion items that don't include. I know we have other people there but I just called it. So if we can proceed with the public hearings, does that work for council?
That works.
Thank you. So I just called item 2A. So if city staff can please remove Councilmember Garner and I from the meeting, and then Mayor Pro Tem Middleton will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right. Item 2A, Green Savants LLC, on behalf of the next item is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to deny a conditional use permit application to operate a cannabis cultivation and manufacturing facility within the existing 19,192 square foot building located at 888 East Research Drive. I would like to ask staff for a staff report, please.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, the item that you have before you is an appeal of a decision by the Planning Commission to deny a request for a conditional use permit for manufacturing and cultivation of cannabis. The proposed facility is located on Research Drive in an industrial park area. The applicant is proposing both manufacturing and cultivation, which requires a conditional use permit. In addition to that, they are also proposing a lounge, dispensary, and distribution services. The city issued an administrative permit for the facility back in 2018. The conditional use permit was submitted thereafter, so this application is actually processed under our previous zoning regulations for cannabis facilities. It's one of the legacy applications that we had in process. The Planning Commission heard the application earlier this year, and they voted to deny it based on a separation distance issue. Relative to the separation distance, the zoning code requires a minimum 600-foot separation between cannabis facilities and any protected uses. In particular, of concern here is a dance studio, which offers classes to youth, which is located 175 feet away from the proposed location. In terms of the definition of a youth center, it's not a definition that we have in our zoning code. Historically, staff has interpreted a youth center to be a public or quasi-public facility, such as the Boys and Girls Club, the James O. Jesse Center, Demuth Center, etc. However, the Planning Commission interpreted youth center to mean any public or private facility where youth is present. This is consistent with the definition that we have in state law. In the Health and Safety Code, it defines a youth center as any public or private facility. It goes on to identify that not only is it things that we would commonly associate with the youth center, as I had mentioned, the park facilities that we offer for youth, the Boys and Girls Club, et cetera, but it also includes things such as amusement parks or video arcades. And so the Planning Commission, in terms of their interpretation, were being consistent with the definition that is contained in state law, and for that reason, they denied the conditional use permit. So in terms of the appeal that you have before you this evening, the question for the council, is the dance studio a youth center as defined in state law and interpreted as such by the Planning Commission? If it is, then the proposed application does violate separation distance requirements. One of the things to be aware of is in the zoning code, it does grant the city council the ability to waive the separation distance. However, the applicant would need to file a separate administrative minor modification application, and there would need to be a finding made that the proposed cannabis facility will not impact the youth center or the dance center. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and the applicant is also going to be making a presentation to you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
I do, if I may. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not sure, this is probably for our city attorney. And I appreciate the state definition and the way the city has defined it are different. Because youth center is, as I understand it, is not included in our 600-foot cannabis distance. But what does the state say about distance from a youth center for cannabis facilities? Do they have a 600 or 500 or in this case 200 distance? And we're just not consistent with what the state requires? That's where I'm still a little confused.
So in terms of the Business and Professions Code, under state law relative to cannabis uses, it does require a 600-foot distance separation from protected uses, which includes youth centers, parks, schools, and similar facilities. It then references the definition of a youth center in the Health and Safety Code. There is some language, I believe, that does grant certain rights or abilities to the city council to waive those distances. But again, it uses the same definition, or I should say the city uses the same separation distance requirements as in the Business and Professions Code for cannabis uses.
Okay, and from, and Flynn, maybe you could answer this. From my looking at the dance school's website, it seems all of their classes are for youth.
That is correct. In the backup materials that we have in your packet, they have provided a schedule of their classes showing the ages of their students, anywhere from the age of 4 up to the age of 19. And so that's the ages of the students that they teach there at the Dance Academy. I don't believe that there's any offerings for adults.
Okay, so just so I understand what we're doing, and so the appellant and anyone else who speaks knows. So based on that, it sounds like this would violate those rules, but we have some discretion to waive them if we so choose. Is that accurate?
That would be accurate if you define the Dance Academy as a youth center. In terms of waiving it, as I had mentioned, what we would need to do is have the applicant file a separate administrative minor modification application and bring that back to City Council. So that's something that you could do at a future council meeting.
Okay. And just for the city attorney then, in your reading of the state definition of youth center, does a dance studio that's all youth fit that definition? Is there any case law or other situations you know of?
I believe based on the definition in the health and safety code. The evidence that is before you tonight in terms of how this particular studio operates, the evidence would be sufficient for the council to make a finding that it qualifies as a youth center.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Are there other questions? Councilmember Woods.
Yeah, Flynn. This is in the M1P zone, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So can you talk a little bit about that, what that zone allows and how a dance studio got into that zone?
So in terms of the uses that are allowed, the M1P zone is a professional office and manufacturing zone. So it allows a range of uses from office uses to light manufacturing. It also does allow cannabis uses, which is one of the reasons why you do have the application before you. In terms of the dance studio, as the appellant entered into the record earlier today via a letter to the City Council, I believe, based on the information the appellant presented, that the dance studio came through a determination of the Planning Commission as a use that was no more intense than the permitted uses in the M1P zone. And so through the process of filing an application for a Planning Commission determination, the dance studio was allowed in the zone.
But a dance studio isn't normally allowed in these type of zones, but there was a special circumstance that they went through the Planning Commission, is that?
That is correct.
Okay, so it's a kind of an enigma, I guess, of sorts, that we put a dance studio in the middle of our manufacturing zone.
It's not listed as a by right use in the zone, that is correct.
Yeah. And have we not, I think when I looked at the record, what was submitted to us, there have been other issues with other cannabis facilities wanting to go into this particular zone or this business park that have had problems as well because of the dance studio?
I'm not aware of any other applications that we've had right in that immediate area.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. Flynn, I've got a couple of questions. One, I'm reading the staff report, and it says that at the time of the CUP application submittal, the proposed use was consistent with zoning criteria and conformed to the criteria for cannabis manufacturing and cultivation. What happened subsequent to the application that has created the issues that we have before us now?
Mayor Pro Tem, in late 2018, early 2019, we were in the process of updating our cannabis zoning regulations relative to manufacturing and cultivation. Based on study and public input and discussions at the Planning Commission and City Council levels, we at that time established the cannabis overlay zone in the area of I-10 and North Indian Canyon. And at that time, we required any new cultivation uses and Type 6 and Type 7 manufacturing uses to be located only in the overlay zone. This application came in just prior to those regulations taking effect. As I had mentioned, it's one of the legacy applications that, because they submitted their conditional use permit within the required time frame, we were allowed to continue processing it under the prior regulations. So moving forward with the adoption of those regulations in early 2019, cultivation in terms of cannabis cultivation and Type 6 and Type 7 manufacturing would no longer be allowed within the urban core area.
You know, my memory at this point is starting to get a little hazy with so many issues, particularly around cannabis that we've dealt with. But I seem to recall that there was a previous facility that was also, and I forget now if it was simply distribution or also cultivation, where the rules at the time of the original application made it allowable, and by the time they were getting ready to be able to open, it was no longer consistent with the rules. And that city council ultimately, in that instance, approved the project to go forward. Am I misremembering, or is that correct?
I don't recall the exact facility that you're thinking of, but there have been approximately 4 to 5 what I'm calling legacy applications.
Right.
So yes, there have been a small number of those that have been allowed to go forward under the previous regulations based on the fact that the applicant had their application materials together and submitted to the city.
In any of those, to your recollection, did we deny them ultimately?
I don't believe that we have at this point, no.
Question for you. A youth center, what I heard the answer was that the interpretation that the Planning Commission made of this being a dance studio being a youth center was consistent with state law. Is it consistent with or required by?
That's tough to answer. I would say it's consistent with state law. In terms of the definition in the Health and Safety Code, it does identify that both public and private facilities where social or recreation activity for youth are provided is defined as a youth center. And in terms of the Planning Commission's interpretation, I would say that it is consistent with state law in the definition.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Yeah. Then at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The appellant will have up to 5 minutes to provide their testimony, and the public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. I do not have the name of the individual representing the applicant. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Bauer, you are ready to go ahead and begin your presentation. You have up to 5 minutes to present. And if somebody's listening to the meeting, could you please turn off the video, as it will create an echo for us? And if somebody's listening to the meeting, could you please turn off the video? Thank you. Mr. Bauer, if you could begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, City Council Members, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Staff. My name is Bruce Bauer. I'm with the law firm of Slovak, Barron, MP, Murphy, and Pinckney. The attorneys are representing the applicant in this matter. We have assembled a team who are on standby should you have any questions regarding the project, such as security concerns, operations, etc. You will be hearing shortly from Edmund Chan, who will be speaking as the representative of the applicant. I wanted to first begin thanking staff for all their work on this project. As we have outlined in our letters to the City Council, the applicants have been working on this project back to the year 2016 and have worked closely with staff and the city during that time. Our client has expended many years and invested an enormous amount of money of approximately $2.8 million into this project based on its assurances that a cannabis facility of this nature could be located in this area. The project itself before you is a conditional use permit application to allow the operation of a cannabis facility involving manufacturing and cultivation. Ultimately, if the project is approved, it will generate an enormous amount of revenue for the city's coffers. In connection with the project, the applicant has made numerous efforts to reach out to surrounding community to educate neighbors and interested parties regarding the nature of their business. More recently, even after the project was denied at the Planning Commission level on July 28th, the applicant made efforts to reach out to the community. In that regard, it held 2 outreach meetings, which it made itself available for 2 hours each on 2 separate occasions on October 21 and October 28th. So why are we here now? We're here because on July 28th, the Planning Commission denied the project on the basis that it determined that the dance studio, the CK Dance Studio, was a youth center, and it violated the minimum separation requirements of 600 feet. While this may be consistent with state law, as staff has indicated, it is not required by state law. In fact, the city code does not provide for a definition of youth center within its code. No one ever had, up until the July 28th, 2021 Planning Commission, determined that the CK Dance Studio was a youth center, and no one had informed our client that there was a prohibited use where they were locating our project. Since there's no definition in the municipal code, we have provided many instances in other municipalities who have defined youth centers in their codes, including Alameda, Port Hume, City of Milpitas, Placerville, and Stanislaus County. In each case that we provided, the definition of youth center would not include a private business of the nature of CK Dance Studio as a youth center. So is it fair, I must ask, is it fair to an applicant on the 11th hour of a project's consideration that the city then determines that the dance studio is suddenly a youth center when it never received that determination before? The answer is, of course, that is not fair. It's not fair for an applicant to invest years and years, an untold amount of capital to invest into a project to be told at the end of the consideration that they cannot build it next to a dance studio that has been located there all along, now that it is deemed to be a youth center. This is especially unfair given that the city previously allowed dance studios near cannabis dispensaries in two separate instances, as we've outlined in our letter. On December 16, 2015, the City Council issued a cannabis permit allowing one of the applicants, PS Patients Collective, to be considered even though they were next to S&J Dance Production. In another instance, on April 25, 2018, the city approved the Coachella Valley Green Dragon Dispensary, which was located near the Marquette Academy of Performing Arts, a private school that offered music and dance programs and private lessons to all ages. Ultimately, the City Council determined that Marquette was not a school and waived the distance requirements. Additionally, we have the problem that CK Dance Studio itself has asked for an exception for the city to be located in what is the city has deemed to be an industrial zone that should allow for office and manufacturing, and particularly allows for cannabis manufacturing. So while they have asked for an exception, they are asking that we not be permitted to operate their manufacturing entity. In their letter of October 25th, CK Dance indicated that their concern about the project was, and they voiced one concern, that someone who has been at the lounge would leave the facility intoxicated. However, as we pointed out, CK Dance would not be open on Friday and on weekends. Moreover, and more importantly, the policy of the dance studio requires all dancers to be picked up from the center. So there will be there are no pedestrian walkways in this area since it's an industrial center. There's no reason for students of the dance studio to be loitering around.
Mr. Bauer, that's your time, yes. And I have given you extra time.
All right. Well, on that basis, the applicant respectfully requests that the City Council grant the applicant's appeal and approve the project.
Mr. City Clerk, I believe we have public speakers who would like to speak on this item.
Yes, and we'll go ahead and begin calling them now. Aaron, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Aaron Velarde, and I am with UFCW Local 1167. I am calling in tonight in support of Green Savants LLC, We ask that you uphold their appeal and overturn the Planning Commission's decision to deny their conditional use permit application. Green Savants and UFCW 1167 have entered into a labor peace agreement. NLP helps create a neutral environment and process that allows workers to decide if they want union representation without the fear of intimidation by the employer. Our goal is to work with cannabis employers so that workers in the growing cannabis industry have good access to good paying jobs with good benefits and working conditions. Our goal in partnering with operators like Green Savants is to help set the standard in the industry by bringing good quality jobs that will benefit workers and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Rick Pintelli, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I'm here to speak on behalf of Edmund Chan and the Green Savant. I feel compelled to weigh in, hopefully to persuade you with the CUP. I'm going to give you some facts, and some figures, and some familiarity. The facts are simple. The dance studio is not a school or a child zone. The property in question is in a manufacturing zone. Comprised of warehouses that are made of comprised of warehouses, and comments that they will endanger children are ludicrous. Precedent has been set on the dance issue studio before, both on Crosby Road and downtown Palm Springs, where Green Drive-In is located. Allow me to remind you that no child or adult or Palm Canyon or in the entire community were ever harmed by their operation. Fear is not an issue here. The only fear is the one of evolving. Let's look at the figures and shine a light on the positive impact. Green Savant's small facility over a period of 10 years will contribute over $3 million to the Palm Springs tax fund, whereas the studio contributes $0 but will still benefit from the services provided by the influx of these taxes. Last and most importantly, I have no affiliation with Edmund or his group, but I am determined, and I can assure you that they are a solid and committed company. Green Savants will be cultivating what is called intention-driven, which is focused on the production of cannabis, specifically for the medical use rarely seen in our industry. His intention is based solely on his medical history. He's not just here to make money. He's here to make money and make a difference in the quality of life of those people who depend on medical marijuana to maintain their quality of life. I assure you, Edmund will be a good neighbor, and his group will move forward in the community, and no harm will come to anyone. I believe he deserves your trust and support, and I thank you for your time to allow me to speak on his behalf.
Thank you. Kathy Warmick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name's Kathy Wormick, and I'm the chair of the Planning Commission, and I wanted to provide some information and background. When this came to the Planning Commission, we had heard from staff that the center served both adults and children. On a site visit, it was learned, and through phone calls from, I think, the applicant, we learned that it served only children. We raised that issue with our attorney and staff and the people from special services and asked to see state law and local practices. When we began to deal with the issue, it became clear that we needed to make a determination first as to whether it was a youth center. Once we found it was a youth center, we were prohibited from looking any further, because if you violate the distance rules, you can't grant a CUP. The other thing that we knew was that a project had been declined on Crossley Road. It was when permits were being given out for medical cannabis because there was a dance studio that was proximate. So that had been done before by the city, but the commission was unanimous. We did not make a decision on the application, the applicant, or the quality of the application because we could go no further. The commission has had a record, even though people have had concerns about the legacy applications. we have in general approved the legacy applications that have come before us. And we did learn that the applicant was aware that there was a dance studio there, that it had been raised in the neighborhood hearings. I don't know how seriously they took that concern, but when we looked at it in terms of who the studio was servicing, they were servicing children in the same way that children are being serviced by something like the Boys and Girls Club.
We're going to disconnect now.
Hopefully that's helpful. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stephen Rosenberg, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Steve Rosenberg. I'm a 20-year resident of Palm Springs, and as such, I can bring some institutional memory to this discussion. Specifically, as Mr. Bauer outlined, twice before, the City Council has determined that a dance studio was not a school and therefore allowed cannabis operations within the vicinity and not imposing any 600-foot limit. Other municipalities and the county of Stanislaus have specifically determined that dance studios, ballet studios are not youth centers. Imagine, if you will, I had a movie theater, and on Saturday morning I offered a kiddie matinee. Does that make my movie theater a youth center? Certainly not. And with reference to the state health and safety code specifically, the definition says that the facility is primarily used to host recreational and social activities. These are instructional activities, not recreational and not social. They simply don't meet the qualification under the Health and Safety Code, Section 11356.5. I would strongly urge you to follow precedent and allow this use to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Lopez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much, Ed. Thank you. My name is Jackie Lopez, and I am here on behalf of Green Savants. I'm currently working with them as a consultant, and I just want to say I'm calling in to support the project. In the last month, we've had some community meetings, and we invited the dance studio and the business community to come out and talk about the project. And we got great responses back from some of the business community members. But however, it was unfortunate that the dance studio owner or client or the parents did not show. Also, I just want to say we did get some support from the Inland Empire Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Coachella Valley Cannabis Network. And again, this is bringing back manufacturing and union jobs to the city of Palm Springs. And again, we're just humbly asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Olteen, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Vicki Olteen. I live in Cathedral City. My wife, Cynthia Kate, owns CK Dance Studio and leases space at 828 Research Drive, which is located approximately 175 feet from the subject application proposal location of 888 Research Drive. Cynthia just started her 12th year at this location, and her students range in age from 4 to 19 years of age. Pre-COVID, her enrollments were around 125 dancers, and the impact of COVID-19 had decreased her enrollment tremendously. At one point, she was down to 35 students. With CK Dance parents finally feeling more at ease with COVID protocols in place, students had decided to return to dance after 15 months and are doing what they love to do. 2020 was very difficult for everyone. Through 2020 and the early part of 2021, Cynthia considered closing her doors. But knowing what dance meant to her students and their mental health, especially during distance learning, she has kept the doors open. With the proposed cannabis facility coming into the area, there is concern that her enrollment could be affected and potentially push Cynthia to close her doors permanently, and that is not what she wants to do. I know there are difficult decisions that as council members you have to make, and we're not want to be in your seats. On behalf of myself, my wife, and the CK Dance families, we ask the City Council to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny Green Savant application for conditional use permit for a cannabis facility at 88 Research Drive. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we're going to try one more time to reach Simone Sandoval, if you'll give us just one moment. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. We've attempted to reach Simone 4 times. Otherwise, we were able to reach everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. There being no other speakers, the appellate is invited to provide a rebuttal for up to 2 minutes. Mr. Bauer?
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe Mr. Chan is going to be speaking on behalf of the rebuttal.
All right, thank you.
Ready? Hello, my name is Edmund Chan. I'm with Green Savants. I'd like to start by saying thank you very much to Vice Mayor Lisa Middleton and Council Member Jeff Kors and Council Member Dennis Woods, and of course the city staff for allowing us to bring our project out to present to them. In coming here today, I'm here to support our proposed application for cannabis manufacturing and cultivation. At our facility, we are committed to support good paying jobs, the jobs that will provide livable wages for working families. We are anticipating to create a minimum of 20 to 25 good paying union jobs in the city of Palm Springs. And we're also dedicated to bringing manufacturing back to Palm Springs. As we all know, in Riverside County, the small businesses were impacted horribly from the pandemic. And being that we are an essential business, cannabis industry was able to not only succeed and survive, but to grow the number of employees in the industry, both unionized and non-union. Recently we held 2 community meetings and met with most of our neighbors. And we were there to answer any questions or any concerns from them. And in coming away from those 2 meetings, we agreed to support our neighbors and fellow business owners by providing much stronger security in the area in coordination with the other business owners. And we'll have walls all around our building that will also enhance the security of the community there. So, we want to be good neighbors and partners in providing good union jobs and manufacturing to the city of Palm Springs. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you very much once again to the city staff for all of its assistance. And I humbly ask you, City Commission, for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the applicant?
If I may want to add one thing, Mayor Pro Tem.
Please.
Yeah, I want to stress the importance that there's a precedent in the city of Palm Springs. I'm sorry, I'm from Santa Ana. I was on the Planning Commission there. The city of Palm Springs, there's 2 precedent here. So you don't have to look too far to see how the city has treated a youth center and a dance studio. There's 2 instances of actually treating a dance studio and determining that it was not a youth center. And finally, the youth center definition provided in state law, which you're not required to follow because it says that the youth center means any public or private facility that is primarily used to host recreational or social activities for minors. Now remember, this studio is only for purposes of instruction, and that definition is not provided in the Health and Safety Code. So you are not constricted by that definition, and you should be restricted by the precedent that you've laid down in the prior two instances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. After listening to the testimony, I do have a couple more questions. The first question would be for our planning staff is, does the dance studio have a CUP, or was it just a matter of right that they went in there?
I believe it was just the Planning Commission determination. It didn't require them to obtain a land use permit or a conditional use permit.
And Flynn, under your professional opinion, if somebody came to you with a youth center for the M1P zone, what would your reaction be?
Without having the full list of uses in the M1P zone in front of me, it wouldn't be the first zone that I would select for a youth center. If you just look at comparable areas in town where we do have youth facilities and youth centers, typically they're in either quasi-public areas under our civic zone or in commercial zones.
And so when the dance studio was approved, I take it was not approved as a youth center. Then it was approved as a dance studio.
That is correct.
Okay. The applicant seemed to indicate that there was precedence, and they used one example, they used several examples, one being Green Dragon, being next to another performance art space. So is that a precedence that you would agree with?
As I had indicated in my presentation to you all earlier, staff had taken the position that a youth center was a public or quasi-public facility. The academy in question was a private facility, and so at that point in time, in consultation with our previous city attorney, it was determined that it was not applicable in that particular situation.
And with our process that we use in the city for approving such facilities, and I understand that there was a change in regulations on it, it seems like this applicant has gone through a long process and spent, I think they said, $2 million to get to this point to find out that there was a conflict. Is our process need to be changed, or how did that happen?
I can't speak to the time it took to process the conditional use permit application. It was filed in early 2019. I can attest that staff is typically much quicker than that in processing conditional use permits. I believe there was a delay in the applicant providing materials to us. In terms of the process, what I might recommend is that as an update to either our zoning code or our municipal code, that we adopt a definition of a youth center so we don't have these questions in the future over whether or not private facilities qualify as a youth center.
And if we were by chance to say that it was not a youth center, would we remand the project back to the Planning Commission to come up with CUP conditions, because those are conditions of operations? And I don't know as I saw those type of conditions attached, unless I missed something.
No, you as the City Council could approve the conditional use permit this evening with the conditions as proposed by staff.
Okay. Great. And then I take it because the dance studio does not have a CUP, that we don't have conditions on them for operations.
No, for the dance studio,
Right.
we do not have conditions for their operations, no.
And I think the appellant, excuse me, basically said that the dance studio pickup and drop off, that all the students are picked up and dropped off at the door. Is that correct? I guess I would ask the appellant that. You can shake your head if that was your point of view. Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Coors.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So just a couple things, since I was on council for both of the dance studio related cannabis locations. I think it was my first or second meeting, the one in 2015 on Crosley. And the advice we were given at the time was that that did not violate the law. I don't know if that's youth or youth and adults, by the way. And the same on Green Dragon, same advice, although I do believe that is adults and youth, that dance studio. The dance studio being there was a factor for me, which it's allowed to be, but I made a decision based on a whole bunch of factors. But the advice we were given is what we're being told. And so there is that precedent, at least in the advice and what was shared at council meetings, to the best of my recollection. I do find it hard to make the argument and that said, that this isn't qualify under the state law as a youth center because state law says private. It is instruction. So I'm a little murky on this, what the right answer on that is, but what would be involved if the applicant made a waiver to the city, or said we would approve a waiver if it, in the event it is a dance studio, because whatever we do, we want to resolve it, right? So they're not going back and forth a whole bunch of times for either planning director or the city attorney. Like, what's the best process if we want to move this forward?
So the recommended process to move it forward would be to have the applicant file an administrative minor modification application. That application is forwarded directly to the city council. It is not a public hearing item. It goes on the new business portion of your agenda. So the time frame to process that would be relatively short. The cost is minimal compared to other application types that we have.
Okay, and I guess we're commenting and questioning, Mayor Pro Tem.
We are.
If this wasn't a legacy project, clearly, I would have a different view, and the fact that this property was bought 5 years ago and the amount that's been invested, I'm inclined to allow this. But I think we definitely need our code to reflect state law and look at some precedents about whether instruction counts as a youth center, because I'm still unclear on that, but it clearly does apply to private or public. And unfortunately, that precedent was not what we were following, which seems unfair to the applicant given the amount of time and money that's be put in place. And I think through the conditions, we can really minimize any potential impacts for the dance studio, right? Based on the wall, where the parking is, the drop off, things like that. So that's what I'm inclined to do in whatever way is the right and easiest way to do it without really adding much time or expense to the applicant, given they were sort of following our lead on something here.
Well, is that a motion?
Well, before it's a motion, for the planning director, I know you said we could approve the conditions. The planning commission hasn't looked at those yet. So what do you, but these are conditions that staff is recommending? Just want to understand sort of where we are in the process given what happened.
Yes, in terms of the proposed conditions of approval that are in one of your resolutions in the backup materials, they are the standard conditions that we impose on similar cannabis facilities. And so they are comparable to what the Planning Commission would typically impose on cannabis uses. What I would recommend, if you are to approve the conditional use permit this evening, that it be contingent upon the approval of an administrative minor modification application to be filed by the applicant.
Councilmember Woods.
Why would we need an administrative minor modification if it's not considered a youth center?
I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. If the motion by Councilmember Coors is that this is not a youth center, then they would not need to file the administrative minor modification. Again, my misunderstanding.
Not necessarily. So when they asked the city attorney, my thought is that it's unclear to me if this is a youth center or not, and obviously we have some flexibility. It seemed that the safer way to do this would be to do a waiver so it's not challenged as a youth center, because I think while the advice we may have been given previously as such, it does apply to private recreational locations for youth. And so it's unclear to me if it's instruction or not. And if it's a simple process to do the waiver, is that a better process or not from the city attorney?
I tend to think so. I think it allows the city to still maintain control over potential locations of cannabis uses next to these types of uses, while at the same time providing for flexibility through the waiver process. So that would be my recommendation.
And I know it's not much of an expense. Is there any reason we can't waive it, given they're relying sort of on our past actions?
The applicant may want to consider the implications of a waiver of a fee in the context of a new development application. There's nothing that legally prevents the city from doing that. There may be some implications to the applicant, though.
And it's a relatively minor fee, I think the planning director said. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So then my motion is that we move this forward, but process the waiver and bring that back at the next possible council meeting, which I presume is pretty soon, correct?
We would not be able to bring it back by the 18th, but we would be able to bring it back for your first meeting in December.
Okay, so that would be my motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we're operating with a short staff here. So. All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0 with Councilmember Garner recused and Mayor Holstedge recused.
All right. So we have concluded item 2B, and I believe we get to bring back our colleagues for item 2C now.
Thank you.
All right. It looks like I've been asked to continue, so I will do so. Item 2C, the next item, a public hearing for the purpose of the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in the amount of $20 million to finance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of a 61-unit multifamily rental housing facility for people with special needs to be located at 1527 North Sunrise Way. I would like to ask for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This request is to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, for the Vista Sunrise 2 project to be located at 1527 North Sunrise Way. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. The project developer, Coachella Valley Housing Coalition, has asked that California Municipal Finance Authority, the CMFA, be the issuer of the tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $20 million. Proceeds of the bonds will be used for the acquisition, development, construction, and equipping of the project. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the City of Palm Springs will have no financial, legal obligation or responsibilities with respect to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and their bank. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the CMFA for the benefit of the borrower, and such adoption is solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA and the California Government Code Section 6500. And that concludes that presentation. If we could open the public hearing. If there are no questions.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have no public comment for this hearing.
All right. Public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council? Councilmember Woods.
I would move staff recommendation. I think this project has been in the works for quite some time, and it's something we're looking forward to, and the neighbors have embraced.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Do not see that the mayor is yet able to join us, so we will move on to the next item, which is 3A, consideration of introducing an ordinance to amend the municipal code regarding the duties of applicants under the city's public integrity ordinance. I would like to ask for a staff report, please.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I believe we want to, if you still want to proceed with the reordering, we would now go to the Navigation Center.
What's the pleasure of council?
This is a quick item, and I think we may need the mayor at the beginning of the Navigation Center item.
All right, and let's go ahead and try to move this one through if we can quickly.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, this item is a continued item from the last council meeting. It's really kind of a cleanup of our public integrity ordinance. It does two things. One, it clarifies that for those public officials who also serve as board members for nonprofits where they're not compensated, or perhaps an attorney for a nonprofit or a trust, in those situations, those public officials will need to recuse themselves from participating or advocating on behalf of their nonprofit or their client in situations where that nonprofit or the client might have an interest. Previously and currently, our ordinance only applies to those situations where those public officials and their nonprofit or their trust have an application before the city, but there are numerous situations where those nonprofits or those trusts might not necessarily have an application pending in front of the city, but they might have, there might be other matters pending before the city that they have an interest in. And so this would kind of close that current gap. The second thing that this ordinance does is it clarifies that for those applicants that are publicly traded corporations who, by definition, as publicly traded corporations, list who their main officers are, the ordinance would not require those applicants to fill out our public integrity form and list the owners and the officers, because those are publicly available. Staff and the city attorney's office believe that that would be consistent with the intent of the original ordinance, and so therefore we'd recommend that the council adopt that minor modification to the city's ordinance. I'm certainly available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions or discussion? Councilmember Coors.
Just real quickly, for the new council members and public, on the nonprofit issue, that was how the ordinance was originally drafted, the way it would be now and passed on first reading. And I believe when it came back on second reading, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said, would this prevent her from working on a conference for Neighborhoods USA at the Convention Center? And the advice was it might, so it got changed on the fly. But the city attorney has advised that actually it wouldn't. It's only in the situation where you have a legal obligation to two different entities, the city and the nonprofit, to do what's in their best interest. And you can't actually, serve, two best interests at the same time. Hopefully they're consistent, but they aren't always. So this is sort of going back to what we originally had passed and what was recommended from the task force. And I'm happy to make the motion to move the item.
All right, I'll be happy to let you, but first see if there's any other discussion or comment. Seeing none, motion please.
Motion moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0, and I'll read the ordinance title, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, amending Section 2.06.040D of the Palm Springs Municipal Code regarding duties of officials, and amending Section 2.06.050 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code regarding duties of applicants under the City of Palm Springs Public Integrity Ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. So looks like the mayor's continues to be detained. It's a pleasure to move on to 5A then and hold off to see whether she can join us before we start 5B. All right, then let's go ahead. The next item is 5A. Review and direction regarding electronic systems and records and policies. I would like to ask for a staff report. There she is.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can knock this out pretty quickly.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, this is an item that has been sort of a long time coming. It basically consists of 5 different policies that the City Attorney's Office and city staff believe require implementing. They essentially establish the protocols for the use of city electronic systems such as city computers, city-issued laptops, cell phones, iPads, those types of things. It also establishes protocols for the processing of public records act requests through the city clerk's office and the various departments. It clarifies what the city's policy is under the San Jose case, which essentially dealt with public records that are kept on private devices or private accounts. It establishes a policy for how those are retrieved from the city clerk's office and the various public officials. There's also a policy dealing with electronic record retention, and that essentially establishes that records that are kept in electronic format will be processed and retained consistent with the city's records retention policy for hard copies. And then finally, it establishes a social media policy that will primarily govern how the city's social media accounts, Facebook, YouTube, and those sorts of social media accounts will be used. It also provides for 2 new kind of developing areas of the law, one of which is how members of legislative bodies will be able to participate on social media sites such as Facebook and whatnot. And then it also provides some guidance in terms of how to prevent a personal social media account turning into a public forum, which would then limit the ability of the public official to monitor and edit their otherwise personal social media accounts. So we're asking the City Council to take a look at these, provide us their feedback. Once we hear from the City Council, we would then talk to the city's bargaining units, see if they have any thoughts on this, and then bring them back for final adoption. That concludes my report, and I'm certainly available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. So questions or comments from council members? If there are any, or a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I think I had a question or two, if I can. I think in the interest of time, I'll just clarify with staff, because I think I just have clarifying questions more than questions for the body. But I would just ask if city staff, I know that there's a use policy in here, but I think it's really important for the public to understand when it's a public forum, when they can, comment freely, when a comment may be able to be deleted. That law and rules, I think, would be really helpful if we created like an FAQ or something like that. I've been really confused about some of the rules, as well as I've received hate speech or homophobic speech on my pages, but then been unclear what I need to retain on my personal pages. So I think just an FAQ, also just distilling it down for staff and council and the public, would be really helpful. So I'll just ask for that in addition to this. So any other discussion? So there's motion and second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. You don't need to read the ordinance title, right?
No, we're good.
Thank you. So next item, are we on 3A? What was the order that the council decided?
We are now on 5B.
5B, I'm sorry. I want to make sure we go in the order. Okay, so the next item is 5B, discussion of a potential navigation center at 3589 McCarthy Road and 4775 East Ramon Road. I believe that I'm recused on this item right now due to a potential financial conflict. City Attorney, can you just clarify for the public what advice, what the law is in terms of conflict, and what advice you have for my participation in the meeting?
Yes, I'd be happy to. As you identified, Mayor, at last week's council meeting, there's the potential for a financial interest that you have in the Ramon Road property as a result of your husband's serving as a broker for the seller of that property. Last week, you properly identified that as a potential issue. You did that proactively, and you recused yourself from participation in any part of the agenda item that dealt with that property. There was some question during the council meeting as to whether that property was available and whether we'd be bringing it back. We subsequently determined that your husband does in fact serve as a broker for that property, and that it is still available on the market. That would normally require you to recuse and also possibly prevent the rest of the city council from even considering the Ramon property under a section of the government code called Government Code Section 1090. However, there is an exception to 1090 that provides that a broker who is serving without compensation does not create a financial interest for purposes of 1090. And so therefore, it's my understanding that your husband has agreed to not receive a commission or compensation for his services as a broker on that property. As a result, that exception to 1090 applies. And that means that the rest of the city council can consider, and if it wishes to, could enter into a contract for purchase of that Ramon property, you would still be required to recuse yourself from discussion of that property, but you could participate in a discussion of the other properties if you wish to do so, and the council could consider that Ramon property and enter into a contract regarding that property. So that is the current state of the potential conflicts. Again, you are able to participate in the discussion of the other items, just not the Ramon property. And finally, if I could, I'd just like to point out, because sometimes I think when people hear the word conflicts or conflicts of interest, they think that a public official has automatically done something wrong or unethical. The fact is, conflict of interest laws by themselves and when followed aren't inherently bad. They don't mean that a public official has done anything bad. In fact, it really means that the public official has ties to the community, whether it's owning or leasing property in the community, having businesses, or being employed in the community. And so it's really only when those conflict laws are not followed, when a council member doesn't recuse, that it's ethically or legally inappropriate, and that certainly has not happened here. So I just wanted to kind of share that bit of advice, which I usually share with my other my public agency clients and my public officials. So if you have any questions, I'm available to answer those.
Thank you, City Attorney. And just to be clear for the record, I have not influenced the decision around the Ramon property in any way. So I have not, so the conversations that you're sharing are in conversations that I have not been part of. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. So with that, I will be recused from this item, and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton will chair the meeting. And then if it becomes clear that I will not have a conflict or an appearance of a conflict, then depending on how council's discussion, which I don't want to influence in any way, then I might be able to come back, but we'll leave it up to the city attorney to decide that. Thank you.
All right, we will proceed, and if at some point it becomes appropriate under the circumstances that the mayor just laid out, to check with the city attorney as to whether or not it's appropriate for the mayor to have the opportunity to re-enter this conversation, we will stop to do that. Councilmember Coors.
Great, thanks. So just for a process for the city attorney or city clerk, as we did last time, could we bifurcate and first talk about the Ramon property, and if we decide not to move forward with that, then discuss the McCarthy property and the overall issue of a navigation center? Or what's the best way to do that to avoid any issues?
Yes, that'd be my recommendation, is to kind of segment it so that you have the discussion first of the Ramon Ramon Road property. Depending on how that conversation goes, you can then move on to the other properties. So you might want to hear the staff report first, then discuss the Ramon Road property, and then see where it goes after that.
Is that acceptable to everyone else on council? I think I saw two heads shake. All right, thank you. Then we will ask for staff to proceed with a staff report and ask that staff concentrate first on the property at 4775 East Ramon.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, just quickly before I turn it over to our Community and Economic Development Director, really we've prepared a presentation for you this evening that highlights the two properties we were asked to compare. So almost all of the slide presentation information has information on two properties to highlight the compare and contrast between the two. I think we can go through that expeditiously, and Council can still focus its conversation on the Ramon site. But it might be difficult for us to pull the information out at this point. But if it's to your liking, we'll just proceed the way we've prepared the materials, and you can focus your conversation.
All right, thank you.
Can we have the presentation up, please? Thank you. Okay. I'll move pretty quickly through this. As you can see from this aerial view that both of the properties being looked at here have 3 buildings. They can be kind of characterized as a small, medium, and large building for both of the properties. But it is important to point out that with the Ramon property, which is on the right, the smaller building is in the range of 1,900 square feet, as opposed to the small building on the McCarthy site, where the small building is in the range of 7,900 square feet. So the effect of that is that all the anticipated uses in the, as designed on the McCarthy site where the small building is, I'm going to try to point to them here on this slide, there would have to try and fit in the smaller building kind of highlighted there where the red numbers are. So, and what that effectively does is it really compresses all the program and the beds and rooms into the one larger building on the Ramon site. So whereas this can all be spread out between this building and this building on the McCarthy site, they all kind of get put into this one site, plus some administrative services into this site here on the top of the page. So essentially, the McCarthy site can provide more rooms, more beds, more services, and it costs less. So let me go on and try to get through the presentation a little more quickly. What we have here is a site and floor plan comparison. Again, you can see with the 3-acre site, it provides this opportunity to create all of these exterior detached rooms, which the other site on Ramon really does not offer that opportunity. Here's the parking area where that might have to happen. I should also mention that the McCarthy site has room for storage and parking and hookups for mobile homes, whereas on the Ramon side, it does not have that because there are, you would have to sacrifice the outdoor units. And here's the version of the architect's rendering that shows where the detached units would go in this case. So as we look at the facilities, you can see that what I just explained, where the buildings quality are kind of different in size, square footage, whereas the McCarthy provides 3.64 acres, the Ramon site provides 2.03 acres. And the building conditions are generally good for the McCarthy site, where for access, security, and parking, whereas when staff and the architect went on the site at the Ramon site, they had concerns of potential code violations. The access was a bit compromised because you have to exit onto busy Ramon Road. Security was okay, fenced but still open. And the parking was limited, as I had explained. Just going to show some pictures of the McCarthy site. This is the interior. You can see that this site, forgive me, that this site includes some office space on the inside the building. There's ample open space on the lot. And in fact, there is a studio inside one of the buildings. And this building would be used as the space for childcare and a medical clinic. Here is the Ramon site. As you can see, if I can refer to this again as the medium-sized building at the front of the property, and this is where, for this property, it was envisioned that the administration, social services, library, and employment center would take place in this part of the building. It should be noted this is about 20% smaller than the medium-sized building on the McCarthy site. And as I stated before, the McCarthy site does have enough room to include a medical clinic and child development center, which are not included here. This slide shows the large building on the Ramon site. As you can see, it's been divided into storage and inventory and automobile service, which is on the other side of that divider. Here's another picture of where the automobile service takes place. It's been represented to staff, though, that there are clauses in the current tenants' leases that these leases can be terminated if the building is sold. Here's the exterior of the building for the Ramon property, where the detached units or mobile home parking might be provided. The small building for this property is also provided, kind of show that in the bottom right-hand corner there. But our architect has said it's virtually unusable, so it's kind of discounted in terms of its ability to serve the proposed navigation center. So as you can see again, this basically summarizes the types of services we were able to fit in the McCarthy building, the McCarthy site, and the types of services and activities we were able to fit on the Ramon site. When we look at the rooms and beds that can be created on both sites, you can see at the McCarthy, at the bottom row, we could have 100 rooms or approximately 229 beds. These are the maximum amounts based on what the units could accommodate to the maximum amount. Now, on the Ramon site, if there is no mobile home parking and detached units can be installed in the parking area, you can generate about 47 rooms with 85 beds. But if there is a mobile parking space, which would help those individuals who may be living in their cars, the number of rooms would be 31 and the number of beds would be 45. In terms of zoning and entitlements, I think we've seen this conditional use permit for both. The other circumstance with the Ramon property is that it is located in Zone A of the airport land use plan, which is for runway protection zone. And the city council would most likely have to overrule a determination by the airport land use committee. One other characteristic of this zone is that it typically prohibits an assemblage of people and requires an navigation easement dedication. In terms of cost and timing, given the condition of the Ramon property, the architect thought it would actually cost an additional $1 million to complete the rehabilitation for that property as opposed to the McCarthy property. So the Ramon property would come in at $13.7 million, with the McCarthy estimate being $12.1 million. And just a few other considerations as staff and the architect took a look at the building. In general, McCarthy was in better shape, and the Ramon building had some potential code issues. The access was a bit challenging. The square footage was limited as to not allow for the full complement of services that are envisioned on the McCarthy property. And our permit records show that the square footage of the building had permitted square footage of 23,000 as opposed to 38,000 as advertised. And I would like to mention Greg Rodriguez from Supervisor Perez's office would like to have a few comments with that opportunity. And we have our architect available to answer questions, as well as Mitch Whippern from LaSar Development Consultants available to also answer questions regarding operations and best practices.
So if we could ask Mr. Rodriguez to step forward. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
All right. And happy to probably answer questions first, but I just think overall in a comparison of sites, it's really important to know that as we work through this process that this has to be a collaborative approach between a public-private partnership on this, and that we have to look at what primarily is the overall doability, if that's a word, of making this happen. And as one who we heard on many calls tonight about due diligence, and I can say that the county and the city have spent literally over 3 years looking at properties throughout the city, anticipating certain funding opportunities that we didn't even know existed 2 years ago on how we would make this happen. And so as we've moved through this process, especially over the last 2 to 3 months, is we have to look at what the opportunities are as far as financing and how we can make sure that we can access not only the county American Recovery Plan access dollars, the city's HAP dollars, but also the potential for home key and HAP 3, HAP 4 dollars. And the importance here is that we cannot finance new construction from ground up. And more importantly, as we look at how we're going to be able to finance the expansion of any type of campus, is there has to be an element of some type of housing. It cannot be just a shelter, because both the governor's office as well as ARPA dollars will not allocate funding for specifically shelter dollars. There has to be an element of housing first and how we move forward with that. So with that being said, is I have visited both sites, not only within the last week, but over the last few years. And so really, as we look at this going forward, is what is the most, one, expeditious way we deal with this, but two, and more importantly, is how are we making sure that we're accessing and securing financing going forward? I would point out again, like I did last week, is that this is not just about capital improvements, but how are we going to be able to access dollars to make sure that we're maintaining operational capacity? We experienced this with Roy's. We were able to build an incredible facility, but we were not able to capitalize operational operations, which is what we're able to do now. And so as we move forward, I think we have to really look at what is the most feasible opportunity here. If I can, I want to address some of the comments that were brought up tonight, specifically around, we heard a lot about invading the neighborhood, corruption, ruining neighborhoods, how dangerous this would be. And if you look at model after model after model, especially around a navigation type campus, and we can even see that within CVRM or Martha's, or the last 3 years of the overnight shelters in Palm Springs, the Access Center, The statistics just don't bore that out. You do not have increased crime. You do not have increased drug use. You actually decrease that. There is no effect on property values. You actually create a sense of community. And we heard tonight from a lot of the residents in that area. And I literally live a half a mile away or 3/4 of a mile from the villas. We heard from them tonight that there are homeless people that are stealing from them, that are living there in community. The problem is we don't have a facility in Palm Springs to address that. This would address that specifically, not only in that neighborhood, but in the West Valley overall. And so as we move through this, we really do have to weigh these opportunities. I know there's been arguments about, well, we need to be more in a workforce environment and they need to be closer to services. And, you know, as far as Social Security goes, Medicaid or Medi-Cal goes, CalAIM, which will be in November or in January, is that all of that stuff is done online. And there's shuttle services and to workforce places. And so as we look at this as a comprehensive approach, we have to really look at what is the value that we're looking at. And again, as we look at a navigation campus, we cannot look at a place like the Ramon property that would really truly be just a shelter operation. That model does not work, and statistics prove that out. So we really have to make sure we're looking at an environment and a property that is going to be able to meet those needs.
Thank you. The representative from Lazar, is there anything you would like to add before I move on to asking council to pose their questions?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it. I would echo everything that Greg said. I think Greg's been very eloquent in explaining the advantages of the sites, the advantage of a site for the city of Palm Springs. I think the evidence bears out that bringing services together, bringing housing, bringing services together, a continuum of services is what moves people out of homelessness. So the idea that you've got in front of you is what I would call a top-notch approach to doing this. Absolutely. I'm happy to answer. If there are more specific questions, happy to answer.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I could add on to it, I really want to highlight the funding aspect of this too, is that, you know, if you look at a site like the Ramon site, is that I can't guarantee that I would get home key funding or HAP, and I think Mitch would agree with me on this, or HAP 3 or HAP 4 funding on a site like that does not include some element of housing. I can pretty much guarantee that on the McCarthy site. I also know that there's been, you know, talks about, well, let's just put up some temporary pallet homes for now, and then we'll look at property and build something 2-3 years down the road. Is we're on a timeline here with both ARPA funding, home key funding, HAP 3 and HAP 4 funding. And so we don't have that luxury of time. And I will tell you, it would be very difficult for me to advocate on behalf of the supervisor or the county to allocate for a pallet home village that is basically a glorified encampment and another enabling environment, which the city of Palm Springs and the residents of Palm Springs had made quite clear they do not allow. This really goes back to a lot of the comments that were made on the church site on Rosa Parks on how that failed. The reason that failed is because it was an enabling site. It wasn't a long-term permanent solution. It was a place for people to be enabled. And we have got to get away from that mentality. We have got to figure out a long-term comprehensive solution to this problem.
With that, I think it's time to open this up to questions from members of council. Councilmember Woods.
This is to Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you, Greg, for your insight and your candor. I think there's a lot of confusion on what a navigation center is. I mean, we heard people say a drug rehab, we have a homeless shelter, you know, all kinds of stuff. Can you just tell us what a navigation center actually is for the public?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Woods. It's a great question. And we need to go over, because we heard a lot tonight on the comments about a homeless shelter. We don't operate homeless shelters anymore. They're not effective. The success rate is a 10 to 12% success rate, if that. What we're seeing is the models that are successful, not only some that we've seen in California, but Salt Lake, San Antonio, is you need to have really a campus environment that is not only an element of shelter beds, but transitional housing units, ideally permanent supportive housing units, but also wraparound services. So that's medical, it's behavioral health, it's substance use referrals. You're not necessarily dealing with substance use treatment on site, but it's referrals to other sites. It's access to CalFresh, Medi-Cal, all the wraparound services that you need. What's really important to remember too is that when we're dealing in homeless service providers, is that the more that we can concentrate, especially our high acute population, the more that we can have them on a campus type environment, the easier it is and the cheaper it is for case management. And that's how we can really do a holistic approach to this. So this is not a drop-in facility. It's not a place where people can come to the day and just get a shower and get a meal and then walk around the neighborhood. That's not what's going to happen here. We've already seen that effort played out here in Palm Springs over the last 3 years, again, is in the overnight cooling centers. And again, with the excellent work that Martha's has done at the Access Center, is that there are rules and regulations that people need to abide by, that if they're going to enter into this. And I'll just say is that it's frustrating, to hear people talk about individuals that want to create crime. And if you really talk to individuals that this campus will help, they don't want to do that. They want help, but they don't have the access in this part of the valley for that help. And that's what this will create. This is a visionary approach, and it's a very rare approach. And Mitch knows this too, because this is what the movement is throughout California. And this is not just about getting these people off the street, but it's about making these people, for lack of a better words, human beings again, that they haven't been able to be for sometimes 10, 20, 30 years. And sorry, I get a little emotional over this, but.
Thank you. I have another question for you. I think we heard one of the speakers and in the report, especially from the report from last time, that between what the city can pay, what the project would be, and what the county could pay, there's still a little bit of gap that exists there. And I know you talked about there's several pots of money depending on how we set this navigation center up. Do you perceive that, and the last time I said I really couldn't approve something unless we can fill that gap. Do you think the county has opportunities with the other pots of funding and a navigation center to fill that funding gap?
I do. And let me preface it that I can never sit on a call and guarantee that I'm going to fund the entire project. But I'm confident, Councilmember Woods, that with the model that especially this site would present, with the funding streams that we've already developed through the county, with the collaboration, more importantly, between the city and county, not just over this project, but over the last 2 to 3 years that we've done, with the redirection of how the county continuum of care is heading towards. We have already proven ourselves through Project Home Key in the county. We know that if we can present, I know confidently, I can say this, and I'll ask Mitch to pitch in with this as well. But I believe that this type of project, if we presented it to the state with the leverage that we would have, not only from the county of Riverside, the city of Palm Springs, but I know a commitment from the Desert Healthcare District, a commitment from the business community, a commitment from the philanthropic community that I've already had conversations with, I am confident that we can fund this project for not only just capital improvements and 1 to 2 years operations, but ongoing operations for a lifetime.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. That's all my questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Other questions from council? Councilmember Coors.
Sure. I have some broader questions, but for now, I'm just going to ask about the Ramon property. I just want to clarify from your slides, Jay, because I think one said one thing and I might have missed it on the other. But pets would be allowed, so people could bring their dogs with them on the larger property, but could not happen on Ramon?
Councilmember, that is actually one item I had a question for the architect on because I have seen both. So it sounds like a programmatic issue. I just don't think he designed it in. But if that is something that is desired, I'm pretty sure it can be added in.
And I'm sorry, this is, it's worth mentioning that because we're at such a conceptual level of design, it's probably appropriate to caveat some of what might appear as kind of black and white language, like it's definitely this or it's definitely that. I think the point we want to make is, and in facilitating the comparison, what we did is say how many of the uses that were contemplated at the McCarthy property could be accommodated at the Ramon site. But that's not to say that if we decided it was more important to have a place for pets than, some other component of a facility, that you couldn't do that. It is only to say that certain things are accommodated at one site and not the other, but we really haven't made the operational decisions to really be speaking so clearly about there'll be a kitchen, there'll be employment services, there'll be, childcare, or there won't be, simply that one site accommodates and one doesn't.
No, that's helpful, because I was going to ask the same thing about a playground and some of the other stuff. So it can be designed in different ways but it can't be everything at the Ramon site. And the number of beds obviously is a major difference. So I personally don't think the Ramon site doesn't serve what our goal is here for a navigation center. That's without getting into whether the other site is the best option. But if we're just talking about the Ramon site and the limitations there, given the same, or actually $1 million, whatever, 8+ in cost, it just doesn't, in my view, seem to be a good site for what we're trying to achieve here. And I very much appreciate and don't want to at all undermine your comments that these are people and human beings, Greg, by any means. And, if you go to the overnight shelter that the county had funded at the Methodist Church, you meet single parents with kids who live in their cars. So I think people are visioning, unfortunately, the criminal element. That said, till we have enough beds for the people who want them, under the Boise case, it limits what we can do regarding people engaging in criminal behavior. So wherever we do something, and I hope we do something somewhere, whether that's decided tonight as we move forward or not, I don't think the Ramon property is that site. So just wanted to share that, but I appreciate your other comments and how heartfelt they are. And I know how hard you've worked on this issue for a long time. So thank you.
Are there other questions for staff or for Greg or for Mitch? Go ahead, Councilmember Woods.
I think, and maybe the city attorney could do this, Councilmember Coors alluded to the Boise case and how if we built a navigation center with the facilities in there, what kind of power that would give the city in overcoming kind of the criminal element that we see that's happening with drug addiction and whatnot. And could you quickly address that, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes. Under the Boise case, cities are prevented from enforcing criminal laws that regulate sleeping on public property. And so essentially under Boise, until we have enough beds to accommodate our unsheltered population, much of the public property, sidewalks, parks and whatnot, become available for essentially sleeping by homeless individuals. And so having those beds, in addition to just being compassionate human beings, would give us additional enforcement authority.
Councilmember Woods, if I could add on to that as well, as just in conversations, I work closely with the CV200 CVAG Coachella Valley Association of Governments, sorry for the acronyms, the CV200 program, and, you know, with Captain Kovaloff and all that. And we have individuals we know in Palm Springs that would take a shelter bed, but they don't want to go to India. And so we don't have that facility. So we could literally get people off the street tomorrow if we had a facility like this.
Question. Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry. Question about that in the Boise case. Just to be clear, if we have enough beds for people, which it looks like through this stuff, we're trying to have as many beds as we have people from the point in time count is what it looks like. Or it looks like that's what we're trying to accomplish here. So if we had enough beds, but somebody doesn't want to take the bed, then what happens?
Well, the Boise case dealt with a criminal citation process, and so assuming we had those beds, then one of the options that we would have would be to either cite an individual or even arrest them if they don't accept those services.
Okay, and do we have to have the exact amount? Does there have to be, I guess, a free bed at any given time in order for that to apply?
It would need to be available, I believe. The Boise decision didn't get into that level of detail, but I think most city attorneys agree that you would need to have a bed available at the time that you were asking them to leave the public property. So whether that's at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 2 o'clock in the morning, you'd have to have a bed available.
Okay, so that means that we would need to plan to have more beds than we actually need, just in case there's an influx or somebody, whatever it is. You'd always want to have an extra, 5 beds. Am I understanding that right?
Councilmember, I can add to that. What we've learned just through research and talking to different cities is that City of Laguna Beach reserves 2 beds for police to use and say that they have beds available. Now, I do want to say I think they are under some kind of a settlement agreement where they're allowed to do that. But I would also add that in my conversations with the city of Pomona, they've indicated that having beds for 60% of your point in time count would meet that requirement. So we'd obviously have to look into that a little further, but it's, while the point and count number is an indicator, it may not be the exact number.
If I could add on to that too, Councilwoman Gardner, is that I think it's important to note is what we're trying to do here is create a continuum of care. So while at one point we might need so many beds to get those individuals off the street versus Boise, even if we arrest somebody, they're going to be out in 3 hours. They're not going to jail. So what the idea behind a campus environment is that you're creating an environment that you're doing what I love to call throughput. It's my favorite word. And so it's like you're creating an environment where you've got an element of shelter bed that you get them immediately off the street, whether that's through law enforcement, hospital discharge, self-entry. But then you've got your transitional units, and then we're working them with our partners throughout the county, whether that's CVRM, Martha's, everybody, Jewish Family Services, to move them into permanent supportive housing. What that then does is frees up those other shelter beds to move other individuals through. So this is the thing, is we have to look at this as through a continuum of care type model and how we really move people through the process. Because again, even ideally, if we create an environment where we get over the Boise decision, it doesn't matter, because we will not hold people in jail for being homelessness. We can't even hold people in jail for shooting up in the park. And so again, it's how do we involve behavioral health? How do we involve substance use treatment? And that's what this campus environment does. And that's what the importance is making sure that we have the capacity on a site to deal with all of that.
Right, I understand that, but I'm also looking at, renderings and possibly talking about 229 beds, but then also talking about how we need to have these throughput services. So my question is, how many beds do we actually need? And what are we actually using this space for? And I know we're not going to get into that level of detail, but we've been presented with all of these things of, this is what this site can do, and this is what this other site can do. But one, we haven't had those conversations. We haven't talked about all of the different liability that goes into it. We haven't been presented with exactly the cost that it's going to take to run any of this. There's been a lot of things that are missing from this conversation about this site. So it's really hard to assess when I don't actually have data in front of me that says we need 229 beds. That's a lot. We had 229 people, right, roughly in our point in time count. So that's where I'm guessing that number is coming from. But again, we don't actually have, this is just really, it feels like we're focusing in on this one conversation when we're actually, or this one location, and saying that nothing can be done anywhere else, but we actually haven't had a larger conversation about what type of services we actually need to be providing, what this is going to look like, who that partner group is going to be, what kind of support they need. I mean, there's so much to it. And I get that sometimes getting the site is a big part of it. But I think this is also where we're losing the public, right? Because we're coming in and we're saying, we're going to do all of these things when actually we haven't had any of this conversation in terms of what this is actually going to be on a day-to-day basis. Really, what we're doing right now is deciding whether or not we want to purchase a building.
Well,
Full stop. Because then after that, we have not had the conversation about what's actually going to be done at this building. I cannot move forward and say, yes, I want the city to purchase this building and I want to use these renderings done by the architect, because we haven't had those specific conversations, right? But I feel like we're presenting it as if we already have this all figured out, and we don't. And so that's what makes it really hard to kind of move forward with this. And this is what I also think makes it, I'm really looking to have a larger conversation about this entire process. And I guess I don't have a lot of specifics about whether this site is good or that site is good, because I really want to talk about how we got to this point generally. And I would like for the mayor to be a part of this conversation, because I don't have comments about the sites right now as much as I have comments about the process. And I think the mayor should be part of this conversation.
So actually, respectfully, Councilwoman, is that we've had these conversations for years now. These conversations started over a decade ago, and Jenny Foe can attest to that. I can also attest for the last 4 years that I've worked for the supervisor that these conversations have been intense. I can also attest that as the chair of the continuum of care of the county, these conversations have been nonstop. As we're going through a strategic planning process, is that we know what we need. We will never have enough beds, no matter what we do. We have not had the political will to do something like what we're proposing right now. And I just respectfully disagree with you, is that we know what we want. And yeah, we heard comments tonight, and it was basically 50-50. And I can tell you, I live 3/4 of a mile away from this property, and living in, it's not even just about where I live, but I just respectfully disagree that these conversations have been going on way too long, and we're not making decisions to actually solve this problem.
Right, but this is exactly my point, right? We've been having these conversations for so long, and yet here we are again making the same mistakes and not bringing the community in from the moment this starts. I actually requested to talk to my community about this before this was ever put on a council agenda, and instead it was put on a council agenda before I had that opportunity. And I wasn't going to say that because I think that that's not, I wasn't going to say that. But I'm reaching the point now where, again, we are continuing to leave out certain communities from conversations. I do think we need a navigation center, and I think that this site has potential to be something, but we completely forgot, suddenly we forgot how things are done in Palm Springs. Palm Springs is always, who has a comment? Who has a comment? We want to hear from you. We want to hear from you, again and again and again. And then all of a sudden, we're leaving out a huge part of the community. It's part of the community that has been left out of the conversation over and over and over again. And that's why they're mad.
With all due respect,
there had been an opportunity for us to have an actual robust conversation about this beforehand, to bring people in, to ask them, what do you need? What does this community need? Desert Highlands has been telling us for years and years, as long as we've been having this conversation about homelessness, that they need more affordable housing in their area at all income levels, that the city has 3 city lots that they tore down apartments in, and that we should be putting things back up. They're working with the Desert Healthcare District right now to have a mobile unit there, and they're working on getting a permanent facility there. They're doing the work in this community that also prevents homelessness, and they're trying, and they're trying to get more resources, and we haven't been able to be giving them those resources for the same exact time that we've been doing, or longer really, that we've been doing this work. So again, these are all interconnected, because I also want to remind my District 1 residents that when we're talking about low income and affordable housing, we're also talking about all of us too. A family of 4 median income in Riverside County is $75,300. There are no properties available for that rent, because that's $1,800 that you get to spend on rent. That doesn't exist in Palm Springs. So these are all interconnected issues. And when we're talking about who the people are who would be using a navigation center, they are our friends, they are our neighbors, they are us. So I do want residents to have more compassion, but I also want the city to understand where the residents are coming from and why this gets heated for them, because of how interconnected this is, and because they've been asking for these services for a long time and it hasn't been provided, and then all of a sudden they're left out of the conversation. There was a way to get people on board, to get people excited about doing something like this, and we didn't do it the right way. And so now we're here, and now you know why I don't ever play poker. And it's just really, really frustrating, because this could have been something that was done in a way that really benefited everybody and that brought everybody in. But instead we're here, and I just don't know what else there is to say about any of it, honestly.
If I could jump in and ask just a few questions regarding the operation of the facility as it's being envisioned. And this can go to anyone in staff, to Mitch, to Greg. The individuals who would be on campus, is it envisioned that they would be there all day, or would they be coming and going during the course of the day?
So the idea behind this is not a drop-in, drop-out facility. It's not a well-in-the-desert facility. This is a comprehensive approach to getting people off the street into care, and to 24/7 care. And again, it's about throughput and moving them into permanent supportive housing with full wraparound services.
So one of the experiences that I know the folks in the Desert Highland community had was when the Well in the Desert was located at the First Baptist Church. And I saw with my own eyes individuals by the busload arriving every morning, some moving pretty directly to the facilities inside the church, and others not moving nearly as promptly or as quickly there. And as we heard in public testimony, instances where there were problematic behaviors between. So are we going to have anything that would resemble that experience taking place?
Greg, can I chime in, if that's all right? And thank you. So I think that there's a huge difference between a day use drop-in center and what's being envisioned at either of these sites. And the difference is services, and the difference is the quality of the services and the continuum of the services that's offered. People who are offered a drop-in center will drop in and drop out. People who have got some hope of that throughput and are engaged in ways that work for them will stay there and will stay engaged and work through those services. So I think the services have been mentioned more than a couple of times tonight. And certainly the other key to this whole thing is quality of services and making sure that you're really providing what people need in the way that they need to get them. And this sort of campus atmosphere that's been described, I think, is really designed to meet those individual needs.
So experience at navigation centers in other cities, and it's my understanding we do have experience from other cities to go on. Is it normal for folks to just be walking down the street and are taking a bus or something and then suddenly find themselves showing up at these navigation centers, or are they transported to the navigation center after having interacted either with a social worker, with a police officer, or some other member of the community that is helping direct them and encourage them to go to the navigation center?
I'll let Mr. Rodriguez speak to the specifics of the vision in Palm Springs, but the typical approach is this throughput that Greg has talked about, and throughput starts with outreach. Finding Mitch on the street and saying, Mitch, are you ready for help today? And if you're ready for help today, boy, have we got a spot to take you to. And that sort of wandering through, taking a bus, getting off, is, I think, much less the case than Mitch may wake up one morning and say, that's it, I'm done. I got to go get into services, but it's more likely that Greg has found Mitch and connected him with services.
And I think too is that I know that we already have systems in place, whether that's through the CV200 program, whether it's Jewish Family Services, whether it's through the county's behavioral health teams. We have an excellent outreach teams that work congruently with each other in conjunction with our law enforcement, specifically in Palm Springs, closely with the Palm Springs Police Department. The problem is it's basically a funnel. So we have great outreach at the top, and we can deal with a lot of individuals, but we have a funnel where we don't have any place to put them. So we don't have an immediate shelter bed. So to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, is that it's more a referral-based type system, whether that, again, through law enforcement referrals, through our service providers, again, hospital discharges, is that this is what this provides, is because when we identify someone through our outreach teams that we feel, and it may take 30, 40 encounters, but we've got someone that's willing now, to Mitch's point, Mitch wants help now, he'll take it now, but I've got to have a place to put him. And it's not just a shelter bed, but it's the wraparound services. But more importantly, I need to put Mitch in a housing environment where he feels like he's finally becoming someone that's living on a street, that's not afraid to be in a shelter bed next to somebody that's going to either rape him as a woman or steal from him as well.
So a lot of the questions that folks have asked and are not unrealistic questions to be asked. And I don't mean this in an offensive way to anyone, but our reputation here in Palm Springs of being able to effectively put in place programs has been challenged at times. I think our record at the Methodist Church and what we're now seeing on El Cielo is some evidence that we're learning from some of the mistakes that we've made in the past. But I'm not surprised at anyone who would ask questions as to how is this going to work, and please explain it to me. So that's what I'm trying to get at right now, is that explanation of what is it going to feel like if I live in the neighborhood immediately adjacent. What am I going to see that's going to be different than what I'm seeing right now? And I think at least part of what you've said, is some of those individuals who are wandering aimlessly through some of the condo developments and the like will actually have a place to go.
And Mayor Pro Tem, that's a great point. And I think what we've seen is that we've had some very bad examples of what we've done. And it's no slam on people's goodwill and good heart and what they wanted to do, but we've not approached effective housing first models the way we should. And we've not built really comprehensive long-term solutions to this. And so when you get an environment like we saw, and I will admit this, from the county perspective, when we concentrated the Project Room Key stuff around, the well in the desert, it was a disaster in the beginning. We did mitigate a lot of it, but we learned a huge lesson there is that that's not the way to solve this problem, is you really have to have a really comprehensive approach on how we deal with this, no matter what site you choose.
Okay. So, am I safe in assuming that the bus stop on Rosa Parks is not going to be a place where folks are going to be congregating or coming to or from this center?
So I would just go on the examples that we've had, again, over the last 3 years and about the processes that the city has set up on operations is that we don't allow loitering. CVRM, Martha's are the same way. There are expectations that if you are going to seek services in an environment like this, whether it's a navigation center or an access center, we're not going to allow loitering. That's a coordinated effort between law enforcement, the city, and partners. And I think we've proven over the last 3 years that we can do that. And again, it's, obviously if there were issues that arose, is I know that the city or the provider, whatever provider would be running the navigation center eventually, would mitigate that. The last thing I want to do, or anyone else wants to do in this, is create a harmful impact. What we want to do is create a beneficial impact on the community.
Right. I've been asking a few questions, and I want to not dominate time. I think Mitch and Greg, you've both been to Martha's in Indio on a number of occasions. Could you describe Martha's in terms of just how it is situated to its neighborhood and what's surrounding it, and how that would compare to the McCarthy site, how that would compare to the Ramon site?
I'm going to have to check that to you, Greg.
So I'm not going to say that there aren't people that are homeless around Martha's or CVRM. What I will say, though, is that both Martha's and CVRM manage the property around them, and they do not allow loitering. What I will say is that they've also, anytime that there's been an elevation, say in encampments around there or whatever, and again, keep in mind that East Valley, there's a lot more open land than say around other areas, is that they've mitigated that, and they've mitigated that very quickly, working with either county code enforcement, city code enforcement. The whole idea, and this is not just about the Coachella Valley, this is about any other effective navigation center campus across the country, is that what we want to do is a lot of what we emphasize now is what's called a good neighbor policy. And we've actually got this in our strategic planning for the county, is we want to make sure that we're dealing not only with addressing the homelessness issue, but making sure that it's not a negative impact upon the community.
Okay. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Thank you. Greg, earlier you mentioned that you weren't able to capitalize operations with Roy's, but you can now. I don't really follow what you meant by that, and I want to understand better why that wasn't possible with Roy's, but now why you think it is.
So when Roy's was developed 12 years ago now, So the county basically kicked in the capital improvements for that. There was agreements made, at least by a handshake, with all 9 cities to contribute for ongoing operations. That never happened. It was basically the city of Palm Springs and the city of Rancho Mirage, believe it or not. They were the only 2 cities that contributed, and then the county picked up the rest of those operational costs. You could not operate it that way. And at that point too, it's important to note that the only homeless funding that came to the county was housing and urban development funding. And probably back then was probably, Mitch, correct me, probably 7-8 million, if that. And it's only been since 2 years, 3 years ago that we've had state funding come in. And it's really only been since COVID and now ARPA and the governor's budget that we're having multi-millions of dollars come in. So what we had is the county could fund the capital improvements, but there was no funding streams for operational improvements. And a lot of that is because most of the housing and urban development funding that ran through the continuum of care was going to Martha's and CVRM in the Coachella Valley, outside of, keep in mind, the other 4 districts in the county that needed homelessness funding as well. So there just wasn't those operational costs. Even HUD funding did not really allow for capitalizing operational costs. And originally HEAP and HAP and then go acronym after acronym. So what the state and the governor has realized through HC, Housing and Community Development Department, is that we can fund capital improvements and we can develop sites, but if we build it, that's one thing. But if we can't operate it, that's another thing. And so what's nice is we can, again, capitalize some of those operational costs under Homekey and HAP funding right now. But I also would argue again, too, is this is the opportunity for the western part of the valley to tap into the philanthropic community that can build a $7 million animal shelter, but has not contributed to any kind of people shelter. And nothing against animals whatsoever, but there's an opportunity here, again, to stream these all through. So I guess, Councilman Garter, the real issue is there just wasn't the funding streams available at that time for Roy's.
Okay. And again, with the funding, I'm still not quite clear on what the funding needs are going to be on an ongoing basis. And again, I know that we're talking about this, that there's a lot of details that we don't have in front of us right now. But I do want to be able to understand how much is needed, because I think, well, one, part of the reason that I'm not as concerned about funding if we had to do this from the ground up is because I think the city of Palm Springs has money that we can spend on things like this. And obviously county funds, et cetera, are helpful so that we can use our funding for other things too. But I think it's important for us to know as a city how much money it would cost to run something like this in case we as the city needed to fund it 100%. What is that going to be? Obviously that's not the ideal, but what would it be?
Yeah, and I will help to make sure that you don't have to do that. I can't guarantee it, but of course I'll help. But it's a great question, Councilwoman. And that, if you look at the budgets of CVRM and Martha's, it's about $2.4 million a year in operational costs. It's not cheap. People don't, we can have individuals in the community, again, with good hearts and say, oh, just throw up some pallet homes and, some showers and all that. But people don't realize is that you have staff costs on case management, psychiatric care on what people don't understand is it's not just about throwing people into a structure, is that this is a human service agency, basically. And it is a huge cost. And until we realize that, and I think Mitch would attest to this too, is I think finally people within this profession are realizing that we've got not only to build capacity on funding, but also capacity on our staff and the ability to keep staff. And it's not just about case management. It's about data reporting analysts. It's about grant funders. You truly are talking about a huge operation in order to address this issue. So, roughly you're looking, Grace, at about, sorry, Councilmember, you're looking at about, probably $2.4-2.5 million annual operation. I'm confident that we as an area, leveraging again, multiple resources can meet that need. I think the most important thing is is $2.4 million, even $3 million a year will save us over $20 to $30 million a year in the costs to our public agencies, our hospitals, our law enforcement departments.
If I might, because I just want to try to attempt to answer that question a little directly, we did have at least a very conceptual level conversation with Linda at Martha's. And the question was, if we provided a facility and the facility was paid for and the subsidy of the operation was primarily through the rent, not unlike we do for lots of other nonprofits where we say you can use the building for $1 a year or something like that, would that be sufficient as a contribution? Now, the caveat is that's one provider. That's a very high level, that's not even quite the back of a napkin. But the answer that I got was, we might need some help initially, especially to get the fundraising going and get some of the grant cycles going that, wouldn't necessarily apply the first year. But the thought was, probably after a few years, it could be sustained with some of the sources that are available and that subsidy. In other words, once the one-time money was spent, you wouldn't need much operational support from the city. But if there was ongoing support needed, it would probably be something similar to what we are contributing right now, and not a lot more. So those are the kind of outside parameters of kind of financial risk as we have described it. We would generally like to do more work than that, to earlier points you've made about preparation. As we were having conversations about vacant land and city holdings and the other things where we could take all the time we wanted, this opportunity presented itself. I think much like the Ivy Palm at one point did, you don't always know when they're going to come, but when they do, you pause and say, do you have enough information to move forward? We don't answer those questions, the council does, but the reason we kind of explored those questions was anticipating this conversation, but admittedly, that's not an operational plan. That's a high level kind of assumption from someone in the business, that's doing similar programs. So I hope that helps.
It does. No, I just wanted to be able to understand what it would take to do this, because I think, like all of us in this room, nobody wants to see something built or done and then all of a sudden it fails. I want to be able to say, okay, it cost this much money and we're committed to investing that much money every single year. And I think when we go in eyes wide open, then that makes a huge difference, right? And again, nobody wants to have to foot the bill the whole time, but we need to understand that. But the other thing that I did want to address, Greg, that's frustrating to me is we still do have a year or longer, right? There's always delays. Right now, there's delays in a lot of things before this could even be up and running. And there has been discussion about expanding the current site that we're at in the meantime, and pallet homes have been discussed. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad option in the interim. And so I don't want us to kind of, I understand it's not a long-term solution. Absolutely, I agree. But I do want us to be considering those types of things in the interim, because we don't have any bed space right now. And so I want us to be thinking about those types of things so that we can at least have some beds and some temporary housing and some storage, built out on that lot next to our access center right now. And which would also could help us to then get a better sense of things as we move into this possible navigation center.
And Councilwoman Gardner, I agree with you. And I think Councilmember Coors, and unfortunately Mayor Holst is not on the call, is that I have worked the last 3 years to find these interim solutions for the city of Palm Springs. I mean, I've personally secured funding for this. Ideally, yeah, would I love it to be 365 days, 24 hours, a day? Yes. It just hasn't been there. That does not preclude, and I agree with you, is that I will say, I think you know where my position is on where we go long term, but that does not preclude the fact that do we look at some opportunities through HAP funding, through other sources to do some temporary stuff? I'm not discounting any of that. I'm just telling you from my research, from years of research, is that what we've gotten into, at least the discussions that have happened in the Valley over the last few years, has been these tiny home villages and pallet homes. They're the answer. They're not the answer. They're enabling environments. It doesn't mean they're not temporary solutions. And so what I would commit to you is that I'm willing to work with the city and work with, Justin, city manager, on, as we work through this, hopefully. I think especially if we do the McCarthy property, I think we're only talking a year at the most, is what are some interim solutions? Because I'll tell you, I'm getting really tired of every May and June of having to rush to find money for summer shelters. So.
Right. And that's my concern, right? Is that I don't want us to kind of like discount any possible interim solution as we're having these conversations. Right. And that's what I was hearing. And so I just, again, I don't think it's just a long-term solution at all, but I don't want us to discount interim solutions that we're then going to likely need to be putting into place.
Right. And again, Councilwoman Gardner, the challenge has been throughout the years has been just the resources. It's incredibly resource intensive, even to set up these temporary type things. Luckily, as I've said, we have more now than we even did 2-3 years ago. So again, there are the possibilities, but that's been the challenge.
So if I could jump in, and I'm not sure this is the right moment, but I think we'd all like to be able to have the opportunity for the mayor to rejoin the conversation. And in order for us to do that, we need to make a determination as to whether or not the 4775 East Ramon Road site is something that's viable that we want to consider. So, I don't want to cut short a conversation that I think we will be coming back to, but I'm asking my colleagues, are we ready to concentrate for a few moments solely on that site on Ramon in order to give the mayor an opportunity to possibly rejoin the conversation? Councilmember Garner.
Just some comments about that site. So again, overall, I still think that the location is a better location in terms of what's around it. Again, these are both in my district, but it's just so much closer to a lot of things and jobs especially, which I think are vitally important. But I'm also hearing staff when they're saying that there's fire code issues and structural issues. And these are, just estimates about what we would need to do to fix those types of things, but there could be more problems. I do understand that that's an old building. And so there could be a lot more problems that we're unaware of. And those things are really what makes me think that this particular location won't work, is those when you're talking structural issues, that's a whole other ballgame. And so that for that reason, I don't think it's right, but I still stand by my other statements regarding the actual location in this city.
I will back you up that I think there's some real advantages to the area in and around the airport. I don't think it's the only site that could potentially work, but it's certainly one that I've always had in mind as being a viable site, particularly if we were building from scratch. But I don't want to jump ahead of everybody else, but I think what you point out in terms of, and what staff's pointed out in terms of the quality of that building and the size of the site is just not what we need.
I agree.
Councilmember Woods?
I agree.
So it would seem we've got four members of council who've determined that 4775 is not a viable site. So I'd like to ask the city attorney to reach out to the mayor and ask whether or not she would like to rejoin the conversation now that we have independently of her made a determination regarding 4775 Ramon.
I'll do that now. The mayor should be joining us shortly.
Thank you. Welcome back. And as I understand it, your potential conflict is now removed. So would you like to take over the gavel or?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for presiding over this part and a lot of the meeting. Appreciate it. Okay, so you made a decision on Ramon. Is there discussion around other sites or a direction that you'd like to move in, considering it's very late? I know this is important discussion, and I want to make sure we have a thorough discussion, but let's sort of think about a process of where to go tonight and where we could get to. So general comments from council members about other sites.
I'd like to ask a question of staff if there was support for moving forward with exploration of the McCarthy site. What would be the appropriate process for us to take this evening? What would be the appropriate decision? And I asked that question very cognizant, I think, of the good points that Councilmember Garner made, that community outreach needs to continue and to be more robust.
So, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I think the traditional path forward to consider that site, there's really two things we need to consider. One is acquisition, and because there's an existing purchase contract in place, we would need to make some decisions fairly quickly on the purchase or risk the property falling out of escrow and then dealing with the aftermath of that. In terms of making other decisions, that could be on a slower track. The traditional thing would be to go to planning, and Flynn can help fill in some details, likely for a conditional use permit. So that's also a public process whereby even if council had given direction on the overall use, which is also recently, I understand by state law, a use that is more common by right now than it has been before. So that process would really be focused on the conditions of approval. The conditions of approval, I think, are often there to mitigate impacts, and that's exactly why certain uses are conditioned, right? So that you can address, everything from parked vehicles and access, noise, odor, all the kinds of things that come with particular uses. At that point, if a conditional use permit were granted, Still, as the city might bring on a provider, which I think staff would recommend to do very early on in the process, and engage a design team, there would still be conversation throughout that process about all the things that you've described, right? What kinds of services are necessary to make it high functioning? What decisions might we make specifically to maximize opportunities for the resource? Because we've emphasized in the staff report, but it gets buried in the conversation, that we can have services for more than just unhoused populations, but also other housed residents in the community. So we want to maximize opportunities and mitigate impacts. So you have those conversations throughout design so that the design, the operation plans, and the kind of fit in the community all come together. That would take place, over many months of design likely. But I want to really emphasize that there's some risk in moving slowly on the purchase itself. That's the piece that really did bring this conversation to you quicker than it otherwise would have come, because you just can't control sometimes when the opportunities are there, and sometimes when they're gone, they're gone. The Ivy Palm was one that came and went very quickly. I wasn't here, but read about it from afar, and whatever happened in the attempt to acquire that, there was no plan B, there was no second attempt. Once it was gone, it was gone. And so that is one real risk with moving slowly on this particular parcel, at least for the acquisition. But the planning, the design, pairing operations, mitigating impacts, maximizing opportunities, all that can unfold at a pace that council directs and is comfortable with.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just add on to that, is no matter what site is, and you all know, you went through this with me, is the Ivy Palm timeline was like 4 months. Luckily, we have a little bit longer on home key funding and HAP funding, but we still are under ARPA funding, we still are under some tight timelines. And so it's not to rush a decision, but it's, and again, I get back to due diligence, I think we've done it, but there still are some really strict timelines to Justin's point.
So for the city staff, can you just clarify exactly what direction you need from city council tonight, and what are the decisions sort of facing us if we go down a route in terms of purchasing a property or identifying a property for purchase? What would that process look like, and what do you need here and now?
If council was resolved to pursue the McCarthy property, I think that direction would be sufficient. And then we would likely put the legal instruments in place to do that. And again, I'm not exactly sure whether that is an assignment, an assumption of the actual purchase agreement, or a purchase by the current party who holds the property in escrow, followed by a purchase from the city. So we'd work those things out. And then parallel to that, we'd begin planning the public process and the visit with planning to discuss conditions of a use permit.
And what is the timing of escrow, and what are the options for extending escrow? Hearing that there's a sense that we need additional community input about services and the site and everything that Councilmember Garner shared.
So my understanding is there are opportunities to extend escrow at a cost. So one option might be if council decided it was fairly interested but not certain, you could direct staff to pursue extending that escrow at a cost likely to the city. I apologize, Jay might have those numbers. I don't recall from my review exactly the cost. I believe it might be $50,000 for a month.
That's my understanding.
So that would be kind of the way to buy some time, so to speak. Again, otherwise, the direction, if it were to pursue the property, we would be bringing back whatever legal instruments to, cause the transfer of ownership more quickly.
If the city inserts itself and takes over the escrow, there is also an opportunity to renegotiate the escrow and the cost of extending it, or are we contractually bound to that cost?
Even if we're contractually bound, it is somewhat typical in real estate transactions to amend a contract, but again, you need two willing parties to do so. So I can't speak to the willingness of the current owner and seller of the property to change terms, but those are things we could explore. At some point, if council wanted to have, some of those discussions specific to negotiations might take place in closed session, but there may be opportunities to amend terms.
Thank you. So I'll just give general comments. I appreciate everything that was said, and I was obviously listening and watching, though from YouTube, like the 57 other people watching on YouTube, and not in the Zoom room. So it's hard because we have these conversations when opportunities arise, and we have a lot of drama and fight, over opportunities that may not come to fruition. And so, I think it's helpful to think like, what's the decision in front of City Council right now? And what are the opportunities we want to pursue? We had that with Ivy Palm. And then, it didn't work out because of the bankruptcy court. So I think the decision in front of us to pursue purchasing this is clearly just to pursue purchasing this property. And I think we should. For a number of reasons. I agree that significant community input is needed, but what an opportunity to purchase property in our city and discuss what services and housing and homelessness services are needed. This is being framed as a zero-sum game, but I would really encourage people to think about the billions of dollars coming from the state, not just for homelessness, but for services like childcare. And this is an opportunity really with these projects, especially now with so much funding, to improve neighborhoods and even provide public benefits and services that might not be existing in our city, like extensive childcare or something like that. So I would like us to pursue purchasing the property and then also work with our consultant and others to pursue what state funding might be available for this type of project, and to consider things that the community has asked for a long time, like commercial, like grocery, like childcare services. We can kind of go down the list there. And I think we should have extensive listening sessions and community input meetings where the community has an ability to lead these conversations. Because it's not like us versus them. It's not homeless services or not. We all need to talk about the future of the housing crisis in Palm Springs, the childcare crisis, the affordability crisis, like all of these things are linked, and we can't fight among each other or we'll just tear each other apart and really not get anywhere. I think those are broader conversations. There obviously will be a long public process. We might have to pay to remain in escrow if we cannot negotiate, but I'd like to see us negotiate that. If the seller would like to have the city be willing to be a buyer and go down this route with them. So I think that it's opportunities to invest and get tens of millions of dollars of state funding into our city. We see affordable housing, right? I heard the comments, but if you look at affordable housing projects, they're much nicer and a benefit to property values and a benefit to the community in ways that private multifamily housing that's not subsidized just really isn't. So just hoping that we can think broadly, and obviously hearing the comments that these are domestic violence victims leaving with their children, and these are people who are working and living in their cars. This is a broad range of people in our community, and it's they need homes, and we need to think about where that is. At the same time, the city is zoned because of historical decisions around zoning, and Desert Highlands leaders are right that there's been a huge burden of affordable housing and over concentration in that area. I don't know if that's an intentional decision by council or just because of historical zoning practices and decisions and effects of, racist housing policies by residents in the city. So everyone's right here, and I would love to see an opportunity to come together and really dream bigger about what an investment in this area of town would look like and what would benefit everyone. And so this is just one step in the process, and I do think we should pursue this opportunity at this site to look at and try to purchase it, and then go through that transparent public process. Other comments? Councilmember Woods.
I'm just wondering who wants to be the lead on it, the county or the city? And the Ivy Palm, the county was the lead. In this case, the county is putting in a lot more money than the city is putting in. So I don't know I don't know what the pros or cons are of who might be the lead on purchasing the property.
Yeah, and if I can, thank you. I'm sorry, I said a lot, but I think that is an important point, that state law has changed, and the county or even private developers now often have the opportunity to pursue shelters or housing by right, which without city approval. So that is one consideration. Obviously, if the county, like the Ivy Palm, they were pursuing it without needing any city approval at all. It was just a request for funding, and we chose to bring it to the city council for the public. So Greg and city staff, if you could answer Councilmember Woods' question, please.
Yep, sorry, Mayor and Council, we're anticipating and proposing that the city would be the entity to acquire the parcel, and that's for numerous reasons. Number one, we've learned over time that really the county's not in the business of owning them, might be in the business of helping an entity acquire or an entity that would manage. But number two, and please county, don't take this the wrong way, I would suggest you want to be in the driver's seat. You want to make operational decisions. You want to create the scope of work based on what you see as the right balance of maximizing opportunities to the community, which the mayor just spoke about, and minimizing impacts, which is also important. And so frankly, I don't think you want another party making those decisions. If you own the property, if you issue the scope of work and the relationship with the county is one of financial partnership, I think you get the best of both worlds. You get the money that flows from the state to the county, and you also get to make the decisions on, who provides the services and what services they provide. So that's how we've proposed it. Greg can elaborate a little more on the challenge of the county being in that position. But irrespective of that, I would recommend that you probably want to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I would agree. And Justin laid it out perfectly. And Councilmember Woods, I will commend, and I think you know this for a fact, that both myself and Supervisor Perez will make sure that we are a partner in this as far as leveraging funds from the county, from the state, that when we're looking at operations on site through behavioral health, through the medical clinic, that we're looking at how we can maximize county resources to decrease any operational costs. The county just is not in the business of operations of homeless shelters and services, even though we do the social services side of all of that and the behavioral health and all that. The Ivy Palm is a little bit different because it was more of a housing development than what this situation is. But to Justin's point, is this gives you and the city far more control over what site use is. Again, to the mayor's point, is about civic engagement, and the county's more than willing to help in that as well. We will be a partner in this. I commit to you to that, and the supervisor commits to that. But I think the way we're setting this up is that operationally, logistically, and the way to leverage finances, and Mitch may be able to chime in on this as well, is I think this is the best opportunity and the right way to approach that for the city to acquire the property.
Councilmember Garner.
I'm a little confused by this, but to me, I mean, that's fine. The city acquires the property, but in terms of who should be the lead on this project and moving it forward, it should be identifying whoever's going to run it, because it's not the city and it's not the county. And I don't think that either of us should be taking, it sounds like people want to move forward with this, and that's fine, but it should be an entity that is going to be actually running it. And that should be from day one. I mean, I don't think that we should move forward at all without first finding who that would be.
No, and I think, Justin, you could probably add on to this, and that's a great point, Councilwoman Garner, is that I think one of the first things we need to do is put out an RFP for an operator, because that operator is critical in determining what the final design operations are, because they know better than those of us that know how to get funding and all that. But I don't think either the city or the county will be the operators of the thing, to your point, Councilwoman Garner, and so is identifying that operator as well. But the key thing is you still need to have city oversight of who that operator is, so that you're making sure there's a fiduciary responsibility to your constituents as well. So
the question is who's pursuing the process of planning and applying and managing the project. And I very much think that should be the city, because, it's not going to be a third party operator, because they're not going to be pursuing the CUP or whatever planning process that the city decides. And it's not going to be the county, because we're hearing that they won't do it. And also we want control over what that looks like. I think that we wouldn't have with the county.
That's right. Just to make clear what staff is proposing, and again, we take direction from council, but we're proposing that we would lead public outreach and the conversations that would take place about design. I also agree with the comments that ideally we bring on a service provider very early in that process to give input to that process. And then just to clarify, while the county is making a financial commitment right now to the city, the typical ongoing funding operation is that entities like Martha's, who are already accustomed to seeking the funds available through the county, would take that on. So we're not really probably having a long-term funding relationship with the county. What we're doing is building a building, really bringing subsidy to the table through the cost of that capital improvement, and then an operator comes in and accesses any and all of the funds that are available, many of which are right now through the county and still would be through the county, from the state flowing to the county. That doesn't preclude some of our other sources coming to bear on those operations, but that's the model that is taking place now, and we would propose to replicate.
Councilmember Garner, and then Councilmember Corrs has been waiting.
Okay, just on this one topic. So I really don't think that the city is an effective communicator on how this would move forward. I really do think that there would need to be a third party, and the third party would be who would be running this to really be leading the way on it. I mean, and obviously the city would be involved, but I really don't think that we are going to get as far as a third party who is going to be coming in more neutral and really be able to and communicate with the community in a different way. So obviously we're not making that decision right now, but I just want to put that out there as we're discussing.
And let me just emphasize that while I say the city would take the lead, that does not preclude bringing in support, right? So whether that was a LaSalle, whether that was another consulting agency that either specializes in these services and or outreach, we can certainly do that with support if the concern is that we would be too stretched thin to do that job adequately. And I share that concern and would welcome that level of support. But there again, that would be a contract with the city, so that still fits the description I'm generally describing as the city in the lead position, not necessarily executing every component of that plan, right? We could certainly bring in support for that.
It means the lead agency running the project, not the entity that's doing all of the work, or because I completely agree with your comments. But it just means, I think what we're saying is the lead agency to move forward and entering into negotiations with the seller and, potentially, going through a planning process. Councilmember Corrs.
Thank you. So I had two comments. One, sort of similar to what Councilmember Garner just said, which is, I think, assuming we go forward with the purchase, which I think we should do, I think that we should immediately go out for the RFP for providers, because getting them in early in the design process and meetings with the community on what a project's going to look like, as well as with us, is going to be essential to the design. I think we have some sketches now of what some possibilities, but obviously the design's going to end up being very different than those. And I think we want
Councilmember Coors is frozen. There you are.
Am I back? Oh, sorry. What I was just saying is I think we need to have the provider as part of the design and community meetings. It says I'm unstable. That's a whole separate issue.
We can hear you.
Okay. The other comment I was going to make is, so if we decide to move forward with a purchase, is the county funds that have become available that will pay for the purchase, and then the city's going to pay for the remodel? Just so I'm not clear, so I assume, unless anyone else is clear, how that's going to work. And I know that's not the most important thing, but it would be helpful to know that.
Yeah, and it's a great question, Jeff. And so I think these are conversations, because obviously we just passed the ARPA allocations 2 weeks ago. So I think those are conversations that, I'll have with Justin on the logistics with that. So.
Okay.
Just one thing to add to that, because some of those logistics are looking at our funding sources and determining which ones are more restrictive and spending those first. And so if council does move in the direction to pursue this property, we would also ask for direction to amend some of the budget for HAP funds and other things if necessary. I think those dollars are able to be spent this way. I think the city council has even said, let's save some of the 10 million allocation for this kind of purpose. But there is a budget there that might need to be adjusted to accommodate that. And there again, we would look at those funds. We'd look at the funds that the county has and ask the question, which are better to be spent on the purchase and which are better to be spent on capital construction, and just be strategic about that decision.
Correct.
And is it, if we're moving forward with a purchase, that the county is conditioned on the county contributing $7 million, as we have been discussing on this?
That's been my commitment. So if my boss reneges, that's your conversation with him.
It won't happen without it. So,
and there too, I think we'd be working on, given that direction proceeds this way, some greater assurance than, unless my boss reneges, so that we would come forward with whatever legal instruments for purchase, but also getting some greater assurance of that commitment.
Correct.
I would like to see it be conditional on that commitment, because the city can't do this alone. It's really going to take the county and the city stepping up here. And, this is an urgent issue and it takes all of us. And, we got state funding for this purpose. But yeah, I would like to see it be conditional.
I agree.
We believe you, Greg. We do. Legally, I think we should consider that. Councilmember Coors, did you have anything else? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, did you have a comment?
I think we've done a lot here this evening, and I'd like to see us move forward and take a vote. Perhaps in other places, midnight isn't prime time. It does seem to be for Palm Springs, but the fundamental threshold decision is that we want to purchase this property, and we want to do so contingent on a commitment of support with the county.
Of a certain amount, $7 million.
Yeah. And so I will make that motion.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there further discussion? Councilmember Woods.
I just wanted to say that I think this conversation and all of the testimony that we heard has overcome a lot of obstacles. Obviously, we're going to have further to go, and we have an opportunity for outreach to do that in the future. And I think we have to really let the public know what we're planning and intending for the site, and that we can mitigate any negativities that may occur to the neighborhoods. So with that, I would support the motion as well.
Thank you. I just ask with the motion if we can also include, which we will, but like coordinated neighborhood outreach, including with Desert Highlands to design what the community needs are. Again, I think we can think broadly. The reason I'm supporting the purchase of the property is it is prime location to develop for the city. And I think we can think broadly about what the needs are and what the public benefits are. So for me, as we all heard, my husband's a broker. We know that agreeing to go into negotiations to purchase the property is one first step. But I very much would like to see us commit to community outreach with the surrounding neighborhoods to discuss this and get all of their input in project design.
Concur completely.
Thank you. Other discussion? And I might just ask for city staff, if you could just really detail for the public. So what this decision means, and then what the next step might be for consideration for public input, right? Because we know there's going to be a lot of opportunity for public input, and we will hear it. So can you please detail that as much as you can right now?
Yes, so Mayor and Council, what I'm hearing is if this motion passes, that we will immediately start to get the legal instruments in place to acquire the property, but that there's really significant emphasis on outreach, on probably bringing in additional resources for that outreach, to engage in a process of designing a facility that would really meet broader community needs and just what we see with our unhoused population, and also focus on mitigating impacts, certainly solidifying the commitment from the county in the process of acquisition. But again, a lot of emphasis on that neighborhood community outreach and sensitive design and operations, and noting that none of the purchase really even makes that decision final. But I think you could take the approach that completion of the project is really contingent on satisfying the needs that you see to engage the community and come up with a thoughtful design and operations plan.
Thank you. And we will also negotiate for an extended time of escrow. Is that right?
We're able to do that. I think we probably want to look into the logistics and there present the council with whatever options you have there. If the motion, as I've heard it, is to pursue acquisition. If that position is more tentative and you'd like to buy time as an alternative to further consider whether or not to pursue, I might look for revision of that motion and that clarification. Otherwise, we could still bring you that option. But we'd be focused on the legal instrument to acquire.
Thank you. Any feedback from council, Mayor Pro Tem?
As the maker of the motion, I don't feel the need right now today to say that we have reached a conclusion that we need to extend escrow. I don't believe we would be closing escrow before we will be meeting again as City Council. And please correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager, but I believe you would have the ability to come back to us at our next meeting and say that more time is or is not appropriate and necessary.
I do believe on the 18th we could come back to you with options on how to move forward. At some point, if we weren't prepared to complete the kind of paperwork for either acquiring the purchase agreement or ultimately acquiring the property, we may need a special meeting or something like that, given what I understand is some of the deadlines. But yes, you'd have at least one more opportunity on the 18th to have that conversation.
I'd like to see that happen for the community, for public input and process and share a timeline, with community outreach as well, so people understand what the process is. Does that work for council? Is there further discussion? So there's a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
I have to vote no for all of my residents who have told me what's the point in even going through this process. We already know what's going to happen.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes, I'm voting yes for the opportunity to invest in that neighborhood and hopefully serve all residents.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. So it is now 11:50. I see Councilmember Kors, you have a request.
I do, and I've checked with the city attorney, but need to ask for a motion of reconsideration on 2A, the cannabis item, for one condition that was left out, which the applicant has agreed to, but needs to be done tonight. So it's a very brief one. We don't need the applicant back because they've agreed to it. So I don't know how to best do that, and you want to figure out the rest of the agenda first, or how can you?
City attorney, do we need to call for a reconsideration to include that?
Yes, that'd be appropriate, real quickly at least.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem will have to do that since I'm recused on that item. Mayor Pro Tem, if you could call for a.
Councilmember Garner is too, just before we.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner and I.
So do I just make a request for reconsideration?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will recognize Councilmember Kors.
So the condition that they have agreed to is what we put on the last application, which is 100% carbon-free power for all their operations. So I'd make a motion that we add that condition to our approval.
Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Woods?
Yes, second.
All right. Is any further discussion required?
No, I think it's a great idea.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, so we have a motion by Kors, seconded by Woods to reconsider, as well as add the condition regarding renewable energy. Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
And that's with Garner and Holstedge recused. Thank you. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for catching that. So I think
Thank you.
our colleagues and friends back.
Thank you. So we have items. Let's see, we have a few items remaining. I would propose that we move to adjourn the meeting. So I think it's just a question of when we would like to consider these items and bring them back.
Perhaps we could start with them in the next meeting as early as we possibly can. Our good friends who've been working on climate change deserve a full discussion of this issue, and one when we are awake and alive.
Thank you, Councilmember Kors.
Is there anything else that we didn't get to tonight? I think it's just climate change.
Is that the last remaining item? I'm sorry, I was.
No. I just pulled it up because I couldn't remember.
That's it. That's the only one that we did not get to this evening.
Now, so for the city manager, is there time to do that and do it right after consent at our next meeting?
Next meeting, we have a fairly light agenda, so I don't think it would be a problem to put that one at the top of kind of the larger items for discussion. So that would come after, presentations and consent and the like. Shouldn't be a problem to put toward the top.
Thank you. I would support that. Yeah, and we're so sorry for the all the stakeholders and everyone who's worked on this. I know you feel like we don't think it's important because we bumped it, but in fact, we think it is the most important and we need all the brain power we can. So we appreciate the people who gave public comment tonight. And as mayor, and chair of these meetings, I commit that we will absolutely do this item in full at the beginning of the meeting after consent or after public hearings as quickly as soon as staff can put it in the agenda. So thank you to everyone for bearing with us as we make sure we have a lot of time to discuss our climate action roadmap. So with that, the last item is upcoming agenda item, which development, which we just sort of did. City manager, do you have anything else that you need from us?
No, I don't believe so. We'll have a full agenda with this item rolling over and a couple of other things that are a little bit weighty, but given our proven stamina, I think we'll be able to cover it.
Thank you. So then we will go ahead and adjourn. The next city council meeting will be held on November 18th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Thank you everyone for participating and have a great evening.